Igbo people, Ekenemono, Nkonyechi, Nyazalo, Asin na tata ya mala ya mma, ụmụaka ya mela ụmụ Igbo. Tata bụ ụbọchị anyị kala aka na ihe agbakọ ka anyị tinye ọnụ n'ife gbasalụ nchekwaba obodo, ndị na-atọ ndị mmadụ na Anambra State, mana n'Igbo in general, but specifically na be anyị bụ Anambra State. Ekwesịrị na onye bụ Commissioner for Information Anambra State ga-join I very soon. Mana before I bido and open the mic up for proper introduction, Oga Masim Obulunam, if you can share this on your timeline, on your WhatsApp, Kawa people Malunam Naya Batago, for us to discuss today. We're going to be here for the next 3-4 hours. Oga the intense, very informative and also very engaging, because Obunin will any question, any clarification, when the commissioner will be here, we'll appreciate you to ask those questions. If for any reason the button were on a mic, you can ask the question in a comment section. So while we wait for our people to join, Oga Masem, share the space on your own timeline, please, so that can the last one I made a few days ago, some people were complaining that I didn't really broadcast it on time for them to join. So this one, I put up the space. I scheduled the space 3 days before, and I've been sharing it every day for people to know. So now that we're here, I think it's also imperative that I share the space so that people will know we are here, so that we can, get more people in. In recent times, I've been talking about insecurity in Anambra State, because the government doesn't really show any seriousness in battling it, and we get very personal. The truth is, if basalo security was something everybody must take very personal, because Ebanenwere security is not really a place I will encourage anybody to go and invest, to visit, to explore. Makana enwe nchekwa obodo, then enwe peace, then I will work progress. So peace and security was something non-negotiable, and we must have that na Igbo. Anambra State has shown little or no care so far. Nife basalo nchekwaba obodo. Ụfọdụ na-ekwu no, not only iji as a tactics for election, because now the last election, P2B, Soludo won. Soludo won election with less than 150 votes, 150,000 votes. You cannot believe it. So now this time around, we might not even get up to 100,000 votes. So it's important now, we start putting all these things into perspective. Oburo no propaganda, oburo no hatred, oburo no anything. Personally, for myself, I'm speaking for myself. And where any of the governors in the South is my favorite. If anyone are observing and watching, I will be one of those people that will actually amplify it for people to know that you're not serious. Some people have accused me of being receiving money from Peter Mba because of the way Nsia push visibility and the seriousness of Enugu State. So, bro, everything is, when you start acknowledging, something, anybody name. As a matter of fact, I didn't even support Mba, to become the governor. I supported a dogger. So, but then, if I met time, Metatagono, Odle Enugu State, Modigolani, Odla State, Odigolani, Odelo Anambra State, Dilemo State, Dilebon, Fanchine Banibo. So, Ebobona name off Macamoan on here. Ebobona name off ma. Everybody will hope was a demand on, but then I also acknowledge now hope was a demand low quality roads, Nemo State. Hope was a demand, I'm yet to see only seeing a hope was a demand preference here. But then we recognize the fact that, okay, despite the fact now we have our reservations about him, but then the man is actually working on roads. So when Koyeneme only deliver quality roads, Abia State is actually the state in where governor is very serious with having an integrated, comprehensive structure, delivering in every sector. Only Abia State. If for anything, but not from Abia State. But if I would, of course, it's one of the tweets I have already written on my draft now. If you are thinking of anywhere you want to invest in Ego now, you want to go into real estate, Eboga Balugulu, I would strongly suggest Abia State. Not even Enugu. Strongly suggest Abia State as a destination for real estate, specifically investment. I will roll out within next week. These are my opinion. I'm not speaking for anybody, but these are based on things I've researched and I've looked into as also somebody with a business na Igbo. So I will be talking about things I will do personally or I will look into and research personally, and then tweet it. You might not like everything I tweet because all those things are based on my own thought, based on things I've seen, based on documents available. 2 days ago, yesterday, I tweeted and I asked, since Soludo came into power, onwego any foreign direct investment in Anambra State, Omela Tract. Somebody came to my DM to, some obgo name where I shouldn't be talking about it like that. I said, no, this is very important. Because if we don't put it out like that, some people will think then we're anything personal, nor witch hunt. Or no, it's not issue of witch hunt. If there hasn't been any foreign direct investment, obviously one of the reasons about issues of insecurity. How do you think Nagwa Neka foreign investors Malife when you are doing your risk analysis? How do you think that your business will thrive more than investors that have seen different terrains, different economic landscape? Maluko Siaga, it is quite disappointing that someone like Soludobu, a professor of economics, meaning that this person understands the policies, monetary and fiscal policies, knowing things that has potential to impact both negatively and positively on economy of a state. So it's quite disappointing that he can write think pieces criticizing anybody actually criticize and putting out facts, but he has not been able to put up a structure that will encourage people to bring in investment into Anambra State. And one of those things now impede that investment with security. So for somebody who is a professor of economics, we expected more. This is not us being, bad belay or anything. Anambra State, I have investment worth millions in Anambra State. It affects me. So for Munwabo investment in Anambra State, one na based on if money lose every month and every year. Never every year when I take more than that kind of big money in a every 18 year natural return on your investment. It is not witch hunt. It's because I am going through the pain. I am going through, if I have that kind of money, people like Akoma Jidako, Akoma Diego, Bitcoin Chief, if I have those kind of money, liquid cash that they have, Anambra State, and by the way, he's supposed to join us on this space because I have questions for him. I don't like kind of disagreeing with people I know. We've come a long way. We discuss in DM, and I have your personal number. We talk. Only if I be Twitter like this, I won't really challenge you on the space, on timeline. I will just keep quiet. I would like to invite you to space so that we can deliberate because of anything personal. So in that sense, all the very important now when I put out things or when people put out things and it if we are emotionally, do not resort to insult or because now then you start responding in a way that is quite demeaning and derogatory. I don't measure that lane with you. I will just laugh and pass. Because the truth, Tubuna, most people just react first emotionally, then later they have the logic behind what you're saying. So I don't really take it too personally when someone disagrees with me. I would rather ask you, bring evidence. If you bring evidence, I'll go through it. I will read, or not just if we go on a timeline. Have you reviewed government spending, government documents, not online? They're accessible to the public, or not just based on your emotions. As we speak, based on 2024 budget and 2025 budget, Anambra State government budgeted 200 million naira to renovate Anambra State liaison office in Abuja that has zero economic impact on the Anambra State. I mean, zero. spending 60 million in Anambra State liaison office in Lagos. What do we need that for? Can the building be leased out? Do people need it? Then we will the money. Because, okay, innovate is saying that you employ people that will be there cooking, and people are dying in Anambra State. In the last 3 years, Anambra State has received about 6 billion naira on security votes. Kedife Jeweme, Kedife Soludo the money, man. These are serious questions you will ask. Or once say for na watching a mellow tweet is something against Anambra State. But I'm from Anambra, but I'm not saying a lot of people know here, ma'am. Personal. I'm involved in Ifo Basalo, my own town. So, Bruno, we talk things based on these are verifiable facts. These figures I'm pointing at, go to Anambra State government records. You will see it there. Can you fetch security vote one at for the past three years? Guinea OGM, low quality, mediocre project littered all over Anambra State to Anakwaka. In 2 years, all of them will be washed away. Anakwaka. That is not what we're talking about. But these are the things we'll put, we'll talk about more today, because now if Basalu security, Ogafegon Kwaka, Ekena Agafegon Kwaka. As we speak, a lot of people are still being held captive. In fact, a lot of people are in a church on Anambra State, but because it hasn't affected you, your family, your friends, your associates, does not mean it shouldn't bother you. It shouldn't be normal bother. Oh, it's not the way you people are saying it. So, it might be that day, Yabata. If you traditional marriage or wedding somebody or just no and then you start calling police if you don't mobilize them with 250,000 that they will not even start. You have to deposit 250,000. We are here at the last space. If go back after this space, listen to our last space. Decay was a victim of insecurity in Anambra State. He narrated what he passed through. This is not hearsay. Just type Decay. You will see Faro Deliana's now his own timeline, now his own page, what he went through in Anambra State. Anambra State government as a government does not have a tracking system. There is no tracking system to track phone calls, to track anything. They're not tracking whatsoever. So if you are being kidnapped, if anything happens to you and you say, let us track, and you call CPS or you call whoever in a government, Anambra, nobody will help you. So what have they been doing with the security vote? Just someone should just maybe educate me. Maybe I'm not maybe vast enough. I haven't really studied enough, done a more in-depth research to understand, the complexities of Anambra State security system. So what are they doing with the security vote again? Someone should remind me. If we can install a tracking system, it will take Enugu State government to track something that is going on in Anambra State for us. And then when they've been able to locate where those victims are, then Agwazia they on Anambra State, they will tell you that they don't have money. If you don't have money to mobilize them, they will not do anything. There's nothing they can do. You think it's a joke? Onye na-emekwa ya na-echeki ma ọ bụla maka ebulu ozu onye ọzọ n'isi ọ dịka okwu nkụ ka ebu. That it hasn't affected you does not mean that tomorrow it will not be you. So these things are very serious, issues. And I have not anything, what I'm interested with, what anything soludo melon personally. No, only expectation. How can a professor of economics be delivering below par, below expectation? Willie Obianana or isi shampoo, nang champagne all the time. Is actually doing much better than Professor NM expect that professor will actually, deliver that Dubai, Taiwan, no metaphor. Since 2003, Obido, his campaign. The guy has been in the governorship campaign for a very long time. Now, when we got the opportunity to actually deliver that thing, and what we are seeing is a state reading with insecurity. Anambra State Debunking. His last comment 2 weeks ago, when Anambra State to be a place where kidnappers come and make good amount of money. This is a statement. This is not me for fabricating anything. These things are verifiable. It's open. It's in the public. He stated na Anambra State na abo ebe ho ga abo bia ibute ego, a qualify aka. Manafa je no other state enye if I want 50,000 for money ben. This was what a governor said. This is, I'm not saying them no kobo, I'm just speaking, based on I hate him or anything. No, these are real issues. So what do you think we should do? Okay, I am not saying on half of which is your until an ebusin the Monday manada. No do I know the it's likened to the honor do Anambra State on before when the Bakasi in the early 2000. That's actually where we are tilting towards now. Obologana gave good in Delu na street by street Nandana Abia. That is where we are tilting. That's where we are going to. And these things was something if we don't speak up today, we'll have ourselves to blame. We'll have ourselves to blame. Up till now, Anambra State Kabuebenwe sit down at home 100%. On a chadazo on Monday. If you doubt what I'm saying, go out. And when business that doesn't open on Monday. So I'm not saying something I don't know. Manipue asigeno, oh, people are now voluntarily. What do you mean voluntarily? Enugu State Governor came in under 1 year. Under just 1 year. How dare you on Monday sitting in member shop money, major nuna office una member because then we sit down at home? Because the government is serious about security. And where after God in this life, the next level of authority, government. So open a government say that they don't know what to do, that they're incapacitated, they just lack the political will. That is what it means. And we cannot just keep quiet. The reason you see them now, everybody now talking, is because they are seeing that we're actually pushing this thing and this, we are pushing it heavily on social media. So we are waiting very soon. I've sent a message to the Commissioner for Information, Anambra State Dr. Law Mefor. Oga join right soon, and also I've sent a message to Akoma Diego Gaios. Is going to join us as well, so that we can have an elaborate conversation this morning. Anambra State Government, the Prof Mekamalo, that's the Commissioner for Information, that they are going to launch. That's what he said to me. Naga launch Operation Udogache. I didn't want to start having back and forth with him, as a message, but actually I'm Obatana space so that we can ask him. So do we have to wait? Does the government have to announce? They have to launch something. Then before criminals now will now start taking cover. And is it okay, Udogachi, is it to chase away the criminals in Anambra State or to actually to capture them and then prosecute them? Because these are real questions. So for now, until they launch here, Operation Udogachi, ndị a ga-egbu egbusi igbu efa, ndị a ga-ata atọ seta ọfa, ndị ga-put you in distress, si put you in distress. These are real questions. These are real conversations. Kwesị ịgbasa onye ọbụla kpọrọ onwe onye Igbo, ma ị bụ onye Anambra ma ị bụrụ onye Anambra. Ife ọbụla metụta Anambra kwesị imetụta gị. Ife ọbụla metụta Enugu kwesị imetụta gị. O metụta Abia, o kwesị imetụta gị. O metụta Imo, o metụta Ebonyi, o kwesị imetụta gị. I talk about all these states because ha na Igbo ka ọ bụ. Ọ bụrụ ọsọ chụba ya kedu ebe ya agbanata? Also chụba gị na okay, Lagos, obodo oyibo, ebe ọbụla na-achụ ego, fine and good, enwere m any issue with it. Also chụba gị na kedu ebe ya agbanata? Okwana ya bụ ana Igbo. Kedu ife ya emezi na ya etinyere ọrụ nke baị dị mma. So Igbo bụ Igbo dịka nsikwu, ife ndị a, I think I've done justice to the foundation of what we're going to discuss today. And we're going to open the mic. We'll be having the conversation until our guests joins us. So I can move the mic. If you want to contribute to what we're saying, urban nature request for Mike, you can come up to the mic. Obukan nature to discuss or maybe comment on the comment section. You will see the comment section there. You can write whatever you want to contribute to the conversation. I will read them out intermittently. Can you move with the mic? I have a video with my brother Grandmaster. Grandmaster Gekime, good morning.
Good morning, Chief NjenjeMedia. Okay, can I do big man?
Nah, the man. We are very okay. Yeah.
Nah, yeah. And we'll look kita, and I'll repeat that what they say. Or is it that he lacks the political will? Ejukwamu is a taku kunya bajuju. You see, Chief NjenjeMedia. And a series of things I've started picking up. Na ego sim that na soludo moma happy na happy tackle insecurity. Moma. Let me just give you a couple of points. Let's say like 3 points, 3 or 4 points. The first one, mgbe nwa Soludo gbara akwụkwọ, Soludo bụ agbamakwụkwọ wee jee Abuja. Along the line, enwere ndị kidnap, if I'm not mistaken, mgbe ha na-eje ya bụ ihe. Ihe ya eme a chief executive officer and the chief security officer of the state buru agbamakwụkwọ nwa ya nwaanyị si steeti ọnwụ ya nwa na-achị buru ya jebe Abuja. Ọ ihe mmadụ suppose ile elu. O gosiri m na agwọ nọ n'akịrịka. O nwere ihe ọma anyị na-amarọ. Enwere ihe Soludo na-ezuru anyị. Ya bụrụ nke mbụ. Nke ịbụa, ikwu na ya bụ ihe kịta na asị na aya launch operation udo ya achị. Ịnwa na space ahụ ihe host the other day. That other guy kwa nwoke nke Apga spokesperson ha bịakwa okwu kwukwara ya bụ ihe. Ọ say that na in the coming weeks na aya launch an onslaught. Na ọkwa ka ndị mmadụ rapụ itibe mkpu na-egbuchekwa na ndị mmadụ mgbe ha ya ebido wee sụba ndị mmadụ akwụ. Oge okwu ya bụ okwu, in fact ka nwa nke bụ eziokwu, mgbe okwu ya bụ okwu ọnya nwe ya igbe gbere m nji maka ya request ya mic na that space gbagote. Maka na anybody dị serious si na ya chọrọ fight insecurity, ịpụta na space ịsa ọnụ si anyị na-ekwe ihe na plan ime in the next 1 or 2 weeks na ị na-achọ launch an onslaught or that na ị launch operation udo ya achị. Onye ka ị na-enye information a? What is the purpose of this information ị na-enye anyị? So I believe na inyecha anyị information a, ndị anụ kidnapping na ndị a na-egbukasị ndị mmadụ na-egbu ndị mmadụ na Anambra ama apaka ngwongwo ha tinye isi another place chenọdị mgbe unu ji mechie ezuzuche ihe niile ezuzu ha na-achịte back continue ebe ha nọ. That is number 2. Ekwena m ha, you see, to fight security, it is not, you see, the parts and idea engage, you understand, the non-state actors is actually about 20% or 30% of fighting insecurity. The major part of insecurity, fighting insecurity, is actually gathering of intel, espionage, information. What this thing does is that now it enables you to pinpoint here the exact threat you're after. And when you strike precisely and surgically. So what is the point of you about an space is upon and that in the next 2 weeks you are going to go on an onslaught? So I believe na nyabundi omekuma na hana ege punti na space na hana anu ihe na-ekwu. Ọ bụrụ number 3 bụ mgbe Soludo sala ọnụ wee sị na ọ na-abụ ndị kidnapper bịa na bia na steeti ya ha na-enweta 1.5 million mana ha gaa another steeti enweta 50,000. Ya bụ okwu wonsane ọwa arụ. Ihe abụrụ ụdị okwu mmadụ na-ekwu. Ihe abụrụ ụdị okwu nwatakịrị ya ekwu, ya bụziala okenye. Bụziala okenye gụrụ akwụkwọ dịka Soludo amachara ihe. Mgbe okwu ya bụ okwu agwa my mom sị ndegodi ihe gọvanọ ndị Anambra na-ekwu, mam sị m arụ adịkwu ya, isi adịkwu ya mma. Enwere anybody dị serious about fighting insecurity ya asapụ ọnụ ya kwuo ya bụ okwu. Imepere ọnụ gị invite ya criminals to your state. Is it a thing of fun that you find na tata? These kidnappers have seen Anambra as a lucrative place. In fact, this December, but no, it was just like Chineke Christmas. Left, right, and center. Cheke no time like no nakonde mari nakono. Ndị akwa nike katalobi. Bata na timeline. Ko akụkọ ha. Enwe kwa ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ kidnap na ndị dị traumatized to a point that hasna they don't want to talk about it. And this brings me to the 4th and the 5th point in Chole making. That 12-minute video, audio, voice recording of that call. That guy in Ekunyaboku na akọwa ihe ga on mgbe ha nọ na that kidnappers den. Si na enwere ọtụtụ ndị n'ime ha sef ejideche na-ekwolokwu okwu after ka ejideche ha just kwụ onya bụ ụgwọ. Si pakolu ngwa ha si Anambra pụọ. They are too traumatized to talk about it. Right? And the guy enwe some say na nyabu voice note or say na mgbe ha no dia or identify the forest ebe ndị anụ anọgasị si na those guys nwela they are aware na ndị security officers mana ha nọ dia mana ha sịrị that na ọka ahụ obi ha bata ga engage ha. That is the problem. And this brings me to what Soludo said mgbe ọ bịa na space bịa nye anyị bịa kọrọ anyị ogologo akụkọ kọrọ anyị ọ say that na ha ma ndị na-eme ihe a mana kedụkwana ihe kwesịkwana ịga after them. So that means that Soludo ma ebe ndị anọgasị Soludo ma ndị na-eme this thing has refused to do something about it because even ndị a na-achụ mana Soludo ma ebe ha nọ. That is why they told that guy in that kidnappers then that na how they are aware na security officials mana ha nọ here but na they cannot dare but an officer ha nọ n'ime abịa engage ha. This is a man losing control of his state on Archie. The fifth one is this. The man saying na Mba passed intelligence to Soludo. See Soludo, nekofia bendano. The man is na pinpoint to the exact place he gets very well. Now that voice note, the man say at a point in time we had on ofia. Now, enwe helicopters na pass. No, we had lose government house in Enugu. We had the labor kene governor Mba. Catch up Talihena got on that time. Now those helicopters were reconnaissance helicopters that were circling that area, those forests, and making pictures of those places. So they were able to point even with pictures of those people. Ebe eji ha. Ewesi Soludo. Oganye nekwe ofie ebe ha no. Nekwe ebe eji ha. Nekwe ndi eji. Owesi na Soludo siliana. Selehana. That the security officers of the state have the capacity by Bofia. That is the fifth one. And the final one is the man will say, based on information how we tell that towards the start of December 2024, the DSS dispatched operatives across the 36 states of that territory to go and help gather intelligence on security and, if possible, relay this information so that if there's any place they need to do something in terms of security, or sina when they are Anambra, a government house, we see Soludo, the can identify go hot zone na this your state. Soludo we say na yen will go fuel. Na yen will go fuel. Iji transport or to that place. I'll say India will call Hanaba Abuja. No nya draw serious. So I have come to the conclusion, Chief Melo, that na in as much as I try me kuyoga bunkuche na abakobaka no no some na DSS na chum. Manaka madi di ni ha naga on. And I believe na ndi mwa ihe naga on Anambra, they have a seat in the government. I don't know who that person is, but somebody deliberately does not want to fight insecurity in Anambra State. This morning, Kampotafo tweety are waya Sunday make Emebegia na that's na always come away opposition is pushing propaganda against Soludo. That is the impression I have now. Na situation na here naga on na Anambra broko no ta hesikuko tesikuko sede. Ni ha window opposition na amplify here naga on na Anambra in order to give Soludo a bad name. Okay, we piano na 2025 ano. And this is the problem. So the meaning Soludo na ndine nya ndo timpu ya afro the first person account of victim account ndị ejiche in this December alone. I didn't ekwu maka ndị nke eji in November. I didn't ekwu maka ndị nke eji in October. I'm talking about this ndị nata date December alone. Ejichelo nalacha ha ego jidecha ha because the man na-ekwu na that video and ọ na-enye the date between 24th and 28th. Also na the number of people nyafo na that den gbali obi. Or say ya no di ana ase ha na ọ bụ na ha enwele ego ha ya enye ha ewele ha mee spare parts ya no didi a na-egbu people apụta arụrụ somebody apụ egbuo ya arụrụ somebody egbuo ya abụọ ya were spare part ya wepụ. These things were happening in a span of 4 days. The man is on that off here, and this was just barely 2 weeks ago. Where the problem is, we know who the perpetrators are, I am a location, but nobody wants to do something about it. What we keep suffering is, endless rhetorics, English grammar, and this thing. Ndị Anambra, ana m achụ iju unu. For how long will you tolerate this? Ihe abụrụ Anambra mma. Anambra have always been very vocal and very powerful and very political when they want to do things. How is it that all of a sudden somebody like Sulu has reduced these states to nothing in terms of security? Because if this thing continues, Anambra will lose a lot. Anambra will lose a lot, not only in terms of business, but also in terms of goodwill. Because one way that name, make kidnapping on your state or on your locality, my brother, to get that dent off you will take time. Or you take well-targeted campaign to ensure that you gain the trust of people to return back to Anambra. So what is going on? And I'm looking forward to this man, it's Noya, that here today. I want to listen to him talk because but I'm space. I'm sorry to say this. This might be one of the greatest professors in your state, but this man does not sound like somebody who is smart. Let's forget book smart. Street smart. He doesn't talk like somebody who is sane. Because if the way Okoloba, this is not a governor. And I wish that Anambra people would do what is necessary to get a man out. Because we can't continue like this. Now, the next question is this. What are we going to do as a people collectively to ensure that something is done against this? Because the case is we cannot continue like this. Continue like this. It is still a long road to the next election before taking place this year. You understand? What are people going to do? My own suggestion. People need to start organizing a campaign, a shaming campaign against Soludo. If he has to take printing banner, if he has to take making, online banner and a placard and put it all over this app, Soludo needs to be called out. I've never seen this level of incompetence. The idea that he acts as if no Maronia in the Hirotanaga on a state is something I cannot fathom. He doesn't talk about it. He doesn't even acknowledge these things. How can your House of Representative member, your State House of Representative member, be missing now for close to 17 days? And you have not made a single
It's
statement
actually
about
18 days today. 18 days today.
18, okay,
18.
18 Tata.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed that this man started going after Anglican Church? Nobody is safe. In Bosnia, I'm two sisters. The other day, father. Even the voice recording, the guy was saying that father, I think about 2 father age, that's there. No, that means nothing is secret anymore. So if Soludo does not even go after these people for the fact that is Soludo going to keep quiet even after the church is being desecrated by these people? I don't understand. Man, I think that there's a lot of things to be done. I'm very happy that Uche not here. Uche was a media person
Dr.
who can
Lom
actually cook up something.
Dr. Lom Mefor is already on, so ensure to just pass the mic to him
Okay,
when
he's
you're
on.
done.
Okay, Wadro.
Thank you. Yeah.
Chifu Achinemelu, please, I yield the mic because he will dim no be.
Yeah.
And I don't want to speak
No.
again because Njiri will dim no be maybe here at this space. Thank you very much, I yield.
All right, Grandmaster, thank you so much. Ike Pentecost, thank you for joining and accepting to co-host. Anambra, first son, Ekenemge, thank you also for joining. Prof,
Dalurin,
right,
good morning.
good morning. Prof, Biko, Professor Law, for Anambra send the Logi and Mike to come to the mic. I've sent you the mic already. You just have to
Okay,
accept it. I think, okay, I think it's up here now. I think it's up here. So, Biko, I will crave your indulgence for us to, discuss with Prof. Sydney, Biko, mute to go to your mic or mute your mic because it's
okay.
interfering. Yeah. So we interact with Prof. Basically, and get to hear him. And then we'll open the mic up for questions. And of course, if you have questions for him, just in case you're not on the mic, you can ask Jen the comment section. You can ask your question. That way, we can control how we have this conversation. Prof, good morning.
In addition to that, Machine Melo, if you're on this space, please kindly share this space across your timeline so we can have more people. This is the second part of this very important topic. The last time we had Mazi Ejiofor uploading on a space Biko Tosa Nyabu space on your WhatsApp group, on your timeline, so that we can have more people to join us. So let's go straight to our guest. Dr. Mefor, you are welcome. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to be
we
with
can
you
hear you.
and to share. Sorry, I joined late. I was struggling to join, and eventually I'm here. And so if I succeeded in joining as early as I started trying to join, in fact, I was available 4 minutes to 9. I don't like keeping people waiting. So it's unintended consequence of not being able to join the space because my phone kept dragging me to a suspended account. Yeah, so that's it. I'm here, and I want to appeal. Let's reason together. I'm not a politician. Never contested the election. I'm purely a professional and a technocrat. So I am not out to score any political point or gain any mileage or advantage over any person. In matters of security, the world over, no serious-minded people play politics with it. And I don't expect in Anambra to also play politics with security or insecurity. That's established. As to what is going on in Anambra, the level of insecurity or all that, yes, we have to admit that security is one area where the government hasn't completely shown its hand. In every other aspect of development, infrastructure, human capital, and all that, the government has actually scored excellent there. And what I think I should try to do is to tell us the plans that we now call the coming major security intervention operation Udgachi.
Okay, Doc.
To
Sorry,
be launched.
before you proceed, to tell us about the plans and what government wants to do. I believe there are some pertinent concerns and questions people want to ask, and one of them is, why is the government, like you rightly said, security, I'm quoting you verbatim, that security is an area government has not shown its hands. In every other sector, government has actually tried to touch them. So why is it that something as serious as security is an area where this government, led by Soludo, hasn't taken seriously? And
That
within
is
the
not
last 1 month.
you are no. You are mixing things
Okay,
up. Like I said, I told you, if you want to get the best of this engagement, you keep an open mind, right? I said that this government has performed excellently in every other area, but in security, it has not scored as much as it has scored in other areas like infrastructure and so on and so forth. That does not in any way mean that the government abandoned the security. That is not true. Cannot be true. Let me walk us back to when this government came in some 33 months ago. As at that time, as many as 8 local government areas in Anambra State, they were under the control of these hoodlums. So, but you can't say that today. It's evidence that the government has done something in the area of security. However, insecurity still persists despite government effort. And that is now warranting a change in Operation Udogachi. Let's get these things very clear. So, government never abandoned insecurity. No government anywhere in the world does. But some problems may not just go away. So, as you are dealing with them and they are stubbornly in place, you keep changing strategies until you cure the problem. That is the case with insecurity in Anambra. For me, the claim that security has worsened in Anambra since Soludo took over not true. That is why I used the analogy of the number of local government areas that were under the control of these people when Soludo took over. And it is not so today, even though we still have challenges in places like Ehiala, local government. That is true. And government is not denying that. But the level of engagement, and the very nature of insecurity that is confronting Anambra at the moment, and the entire Southeast as a matter of fact, it requires that even the citizenry of the state need to sit down and understand that it is not the usual armed robbery or the usual kidnapping that you find in a normal situations. No, this is different, very different. And government is approaching it from that perspective. Now, if you want to know the new plan, it's just that people are agitated, and rightly so. Otherwise, I would have waited until the launch of Operation Udogachi before I'll begin to discuss what it is all about, the components, and everything about it. But let's even start talking about it before it is launched. It's a complete, comprehensive plan to deal with security in Anambra State. Very comprehensive. It ranges from equipment through technology, manpower, deployment, and of course, the new addition, which is the forest guards. So you can look at these 4 dimensions and see that government is coming with a new plan. And it is not that this is being proposed. It's already everything we need is now on ground. For example, the special purpose vehicles like electric that will be able to enter rough and tough terrains are already acquired and branded. Over 160 of them. It's unprecedented. Equipment, technology, very critical. We need to be able to monitor from a control room. I don't want to disclose the location because of we don't want to play into the hands of the enemy. The equipment, the technology we need to enable us monitor major highways in Anambra State in place already. People say system. Well, let me inform us. Anambra has put in place, as we speak, the best tracking system, at least in the southeast. Now, what that means is that what you do in one local government area in Anambra State and try to escape to another local government area, it's no longer possible. It's a matter of days to come. We need cameras to monitor highways and all that. I won't tell us where some of these cameras have been installed already. What that means is that movement of vehicles can be monitored across board from a control room that is in a secret place. I know the place, but I will not tell anybody because this is not a safe environment to disclose details of things that are being planned by the government. We need forest guards. They are being trained in a secret location. Our forests have been taken over by these hoodlums. It's not a recent thing. Now, so many of these camps, and you have video evidence of where and when some of the camps were invaded by the Joint Task Force, and the camp in Nemo, in Njikoka local government, that was busted recently, not up to 2-3 weeks ago that happened. And it's an ongoing war. But now, the war has to be comprehensive, and that is what Operation Udogachi is about. You know, there was a little delay in the launch of Operation Udogachi because Soludo wanted all the actions to be covered by law. You know, we have what you call Anambra State Vigilante Law. But the Vigilante Law was limited to the communities. Now, there are layers of interventions of forces that are being put in place now that are not covered by that law. Now, you know, vigilante in towns, yes, covered, but we believe that you cannot deal with this kind of insecurity, its very nature, without establishing layers, local government up to states. You needed to amend that law to be able to take care of this so that whatever they do will not be found wanting in terms of the legal framework and statutory provisions, which of course the enemies are those who would want to politicize security would latch in on, and you find yourself losing cases in courts. This has been taken care of now. That was why Operation Udogachi was not launched in December. But that does not also mean that Operation Udogachi, some aspects of it did not take off even before the World Press Conference addressed by the governor sometime in December. No. Actions have been on. Even some of the vehicles have been in operation. Some of the over 160 vehicles, but they will all be released now. Once the launch is officially done, they will be released so that all the major highways, you will see patrols, you will see stationary vans, you can see the numbers that we have launched. 5111, there is another one, 070. I will look for it. I don't want to mislead anybody, but 5111, that is 5311. It's already launched. That means we now have a standard control room where emergency calls can be received and communicated across board so that our intervention forces that are stationed all over the local governments will be able to pick up the signals and be able to intervene within 10 to 10 minutes, perhaps a little more, a little less. And if there is any criminal activity like kidnapping or armed robbery, the movement can be picked from the control tower, the control room, where you now have a dashboard from where you can look at the major highways in Anambra State, and through communication, you are able to alert the people who are closest to the place where the action took place, the criminal activity happened, or the escape route that they are trying to adopt. Some of these things I am not even supposed to be talking about now, but the agitation of the people is now forcing me to divulge so much information that they should be kept even secret, because you don't know who is monitoring all these things. In this your Twitter space, you can't vouch for the commitment and integrity of everybody. Even for your own
Doc,
children, you may not be too sure of who is standing on what.
yeah.
So I believe
Doc,
that
I would like to interject
I
you a
will
little
take
bit.
the blame and all that, because I know that the security the arm of the government may not be happy with the level, the amount of information I'm releasing here.
Okay,
But
Doc,
we
let me interject
just
you a
need
little
to
bit.
know that government is coming
Doc, can you hear me?
heavily. Government
Doc, can you
has
hear
been
me?
planning to launch a major intervention,
Uche, can you
and it
call
is
his
no
attention? Because
longer
it
a
seems he can hear
plan.
me.
Everything we need is now in place.
Can anybody hear me?
This is very fundamental. The people need to
Yes, we
know.
can hear you.
When communication
You
We
is
is
can
very
very
hear you.
audible, but I
essential,
don't think he
very,
can hear
hear
you.
very
you, but I think
essential communication. We need to have all parts of Anambra State, the 21 local governments, and the wards linked up, so that anything happening at one point, whoever is within the communication range will be able to pick a distress signal and move it on. We are trying to gain a response time that is as short as 5 minutes, so that nobody commits any criminal action such as kidnapping and robbery in Anambra and get away with it. Now, let me
Okay,
also tell
Doc,
us,
can you hear me?
you
Doc,
see,
can you hear me?
most of what
Doc,
is
can you hear me?
happening in Anambra, they
I don't
are
think he can hear me.
imported.
Can you?
I'm sorry to
Okay.
say, but it is a fact, verifiable.
Chief, maybe you should mute
Over
him so that
70% of
Mute
what is
him.
happening in Anambra is not caused by the Anambra. Yes, some of the Anambra are
Doc,
involved, but
Dr. Law, can
majority
you
of
hear
the
me?
people that attack Anambra are from Anambra State. The Anambra should be
Okay, Prof, I don't know if you can hear me now. I've been trying to call your attention. Prof, can you hear me now? Dr. Law, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me. That's the issue, because I needed
He can't
to
hear
engage him.
anybody. He's probably still speaking.
Chief Melo, I think the best thing is to just take him down, then he will start hearing you, then tell him that he's not hearing you, that you need to bring him back up. That's the best
Okay.
thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's what let me just take him to remove him from speaker. Okay. Doc, I need to bring you up. You were not hearing me. I was trying to stop you a little so that we can engage you, but you were not hearing me. So I'm bringing you up again to the speaker. I think I've sent him the speaker now. I can't see him again. I can't see him.
He's here, Dr. Law, Mefor, with the name Dr. Law.
I still see him in the speaker section. I don't know if it's just me, but I
Yeah,
still see him in
I
the
see
speaker
him in the
section.
speaker section as well.
No, it's no longer in the speaker
No,
section
he's
now.
not in the speaker section.
Like
He's
my
not in the
own
speaker
network to
section.
go
Chief,
Okay,
can
now
you
he's the
hear me,
speaker.
sir? I'm husband can hear here.
I think his network is. I can't even see him on the space again.
Chief, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, Ike, I can hear you.
Okay, I took him down, but I can't see him anymore.
Okay, I can see him now. Dr. Law, I'm sending you the mic to come up because we wanted to actually engage you, because it appears you are just telling us what government is going to do and all of that, but we have pertinent questions and things we'd like to know. Doc, I hope you can hear me. Dr. Law, if you can hear me, accept the mic. I'm sending you the mic to come to the speaker section. Okay, before he comes, I believe a lot of people have animal reactions to the matter, and I'm seeing also comment and all of that. That's why I wanted to pause him so that we can actually engage him, so that it wouldn't be that It's just telling us what the government is planning, to put on cameras everywhere, have control units, and all of that. Doc, if you can hear me, so should we wait until government puts in cameras, have all those stations, release the vehicles you are talking about, before our people will feel safe? Currently, we know that there are a lot of people that are still under captivity. Someone just tweeted, Reverend Sister that was kidnapped yesterday, and a day before or 2 days earlier before that time, the brother of the Reverend Sister was actually in support of the government. But then yesterday, the Reverend Sister was kidnapped. So for people that are already kidnapped, what is government doing now for them? Because it appears like there is nothing that is government is doing, or maybe they will have to hold on until Operation Udogachi is being launched, then before government will intervene. So, Doc, if you can hear me, well, I'd really appreciate if you can come up to the speaker. I'm sending you the mic. I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can hear me, I know there are a lot of questions for you and people that really want to, engage you on this matter. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know. Dr. Mefor, I don't know if you can hear me. I'm sending you um, a mic. I'm inviting you into the mic. I've sent it a couple of times. If you can hear me, please come to the mic so that we can, discuss before we talk about the futuristic things government wants to do for us. Because all of us won't die before government will do something. I don't think anybody wants that. And we've also had, situations where someone had information, called attention of the law enforcement in Anambra State, but then nothing was done. So in this case, what is going to be the significant difference when you install all the CCTV cameras you're talking about, and then you told us now that there is already information gathering center, and all of that? What will be the significant difference? Because now people have access to, calling police, but the issue is usually the police or law enforcement will request them to pay huge amount of money, 250,000, 500,000 to mobilize them. So how is that going to be different with Operation Udogache? And then my third question is, with this new oppression you people are talking about, already in Anambra State has a retinue of law enforcement officers across our roads, especially the major highways. What is going to be the difference? Because now that we have a lot of them on our roads, on the major roads, and a lot of people have confirmed that, even though we have the checkpoints, some of all those officers know where these people are. So what is going to be the difference, with this Operation Udogache, with the oppression we have with the Nigerian military, Nigerian police, NSCDC, all of those, military and paramilitary organizations across Anambra State? What is going to be the difference? Because we can't just be saying, okay, you're going to release Operation Udogache, you're going to have more officers on the road, vehicles, cameras, and all of that. But we have officers on the road already. They have checkpoints all over the place, from Onitsha to Oka. You know the number of checkpoints there. From Onitsha going down to Mbidi, you know the number of checkpoints there. But then Ifenebe Kanebe. So what is going to be the difference this time around? So we want to know what is happening now, not just what is going to happen, because that is what we need. We can't just die off until government now launches Operation Dogadi. Anybody that is dead now is dead. You can't even witness the Operation Dogadi. So what do we need to do now? Or what the government is doing now? Or what do we need to know so that we can utilize that to help people that need help? So, Prof, if you can hear me, I would appreciate if you come to the mic so that we can, engage on this, concerns. Can we, move forward? Prof, I can still see you, but maybe you can send the Golia mic. Or maybe he's not seeing my own mic.
No, the thing
Maybe
is,
that will help.
from my end, I cannot even see him. In fact, I went ahead to
On
follow
Nana.
him.
On
Kamano
Nana.
Gadulu me. On my way
I
to
can
the man,
on
bringing him
Nana, I
back
can
up.
see him. Okay. Prof, let me see if I can send him a direct
Okay.
message. Let me send him direct message.
Prof is having this connection, so
Because I drop Sean
we
on
can keep.
I've sent him message. Send you my message. Come on, maybe open or down
Some
if
of the
I.
questions.
Okay. Let's just move forward. Let's circle the mic until he comes back. I'm an opera and find him.
Yeah. So my point is we should get more of the questions ready, so when he comes up he will just get to attend to all of them. I think he's trying to get his connection sorted out, but in the meantime, I don't know if I have the mic, so I can go ahead.
Yes, I think you will go now. Yeah, you can go. Just go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. I think the Udo Gachi is going to be like a strengthening effort for the existing security architectures ongoing in the state. We won't deny the fact that security is a major challenge as it speaks, but we must understand the essence of government and what they are doing at the moment. Permit me to say we must understand the erroneous factors, the other factors that have brought this insecurity. I think that should be a framework for us. What are the reasons? What are the factors that have brought about this insecurity as we speak? I want to start by one. There are non-state actors backed by the locals in the state fermenting all of this insecurity. That is one. Secondly, personally, I feel the influx of foreigners, in the sense that we have the Fulani headsmen, we have bandits, and most recently we heard what the governor of Oyo State said. So we should understand that security at this point is a collective responsibility of all citizens. And in putting up a solid security architecture, the people must be a willing tool, a cooperative unit to ensuring this. The Udo Gachi, I feel, will bring an amazing succor to the people of Anambra State. And why I said that is I took a look at the framework for the creation of the security unit, and I saw that the forest guard will be an integral part, which will obviously compose of indigenes and residents of each community. And if we make that happen, I feel security will be top notch in Anambra State. But moving forward, we must also task the governor to, at this point, redouble effort in security, engaging all critical stakeholders in ensuring security is returned in its maximum unit to India Anambra. Finally, before I drop the mic, I want us to really understand that as we talk about security, we should also understand that first we are Anambrans, because I feel a whole lot of quarters today are propagating the insecurity issues as though they are not Anambrans. Businesses are there, our people are there, our children are there. That's our home. And we must look at this as a collective. Every hand must be on deck to ensure that security is top notch. Yes, it is not where we are, just like the commissioner was clear about. But we must understand that in achieving this, it is a responsibility for everybody. Everyone must put his or her hand on deck. Informations are essential commodity in safeguarding our people. Just like he rolled out the call centers today, 5111. I took note of that. That's another welcome idea. He talked about the CCTV. So I feel this and more will bring succor, will bring maximum security to Indian Ambrance. Thank you for having me, sir.
All right. Thank you,
All right.
Sydney.
Thank you,
Um,
Stephen. Um,
okay. Can you mute your mic
okay, can
so
you
that
mute
I
your
can
mic
comment on what you're
so
saying?
that I can comment on what you're
Okay. So the issue that someone like me have with what Doc is telling us is this. Um, Soludo took over before Pitamba of Enugu State. And we know how security in Enugu State was when it came in. Also radio with the fact that there was sit at home every Monday. It took Peter Mba 1 year to get that resolved. 1 year. If Soludo, having stayed 3 years and getting to the end of his first tenure, hasn't been able to solve that, my question to you, Sydney, if you are listening to me, because it appears you are very much sympathetic to what he's saying. My own is I'm open-minded, but I have questions that I need them to give the Anambra, answers that we need. Because now, okay, then we're 8 local government, another Gaga, Mbafabia, okay, Keta, obviously 5. That is not really a good, good performance index. It's not. It's not really how to measure something, to be very honest. Because he actually campaigned on the premise of you with a security in Anambra State. And then while he's there, it's as if everything proliferated, expanded, and we're more security issues now. Now, the issue of kidnapping now was the order of the day. Every Monday, I can even sit down at home in Anambra State. What are we going to do? Or what is government doing? Because not, okay, Udogachi or them 5-on-1, oh my God, 5-on-1 or any issue with such, initiative. Maniferi na akabo, aga. We are not seeing it. Amaram Fondi be Anambra's first son, Bioka. As will be on Anambra State. Ichio Menka is always in Anambra State. I can call a couple of people here that can at least give us first-hand information when we go installation of these CCTVs. Or we have to wait until I launch your Operation Udogashe. Then I will be those amount to those things. So what is they kidnapped last week. They kidnapped 2 weeks ago, a month ago. 18 days ago, a kidnap member of Anambra State House of Assembly. These are real questions. As Commissioner for Information, what do we need to know about these things? We have questions. What is government doing? Investors are concerned. Doing business and when they're concerned. So, Sydney, if you can respond, I know this is not really your question, but you sound like someone that is sympathetic to them. So that's why I'm asking you that.
Okay, I got the whole of your questions, and I think what he rightly said. He reached out to me just now that his mic has not been given to him, so maybe you just try sending the mic again to him, so we'll see how best he joins. But before he does that, I want to be clear about some of your questions you asked. One, he talked about, I'm reiterating and quoting him verbatim. He talked about the legal proceedings, legal procedures to getting the Udogachi in full action, and that has been secured. We understand that the people, which is the most important aspect of government, the protections of life and properties of our citizens. At this point, there's a new trajectory in trying to put in play the security architecture in the state, which is why the Udogachi launch is essential. That is in a bit to complement the existing structure. But however, we need to, at this point, be collective in doing that. He said in the next few days, there will be the official launch of the Udogachi, and the provisions of that outfit, it's far-reaching. The CCTV, it's cool. They have the vehicles already, about 160. That's if I got him correctly, already on board and to be launched outrightly. So I feel the people will get maximum security when these are all sorted out. And I feel in the next couple of days, because obviously for the commissioner and the governor to have set out all of this, then it is really, really, really a top priority. That might not have been before, but I think now with the pressure of people like you and a whole lot of sympathetic citizens, not just from the southeast, from the northwest. I joined a space a few days ago where someone from Niger was even asking for a state of emergency. That's to tell you how concerned the people are. But at this point, I feel rolling out this plans, the security architecture, the structural framework of all of these outfits will give India Anambra a sigh of relief. and more so get to put these words into action. And I feel in a couple of days, the governor, who is also, I feel, very concerned about the security issues, will do the same. I agree that it has been, we will, but let us see in a couple of days and see how they begin to do that. And that's it. And finally, you made mention of the governor of Enugu State. Yeah, he has done pretty well, exceptionally well when it comes to insecurity. I feel Soludo is going to also borrow leave to ensuring the manifestation of that because all provisions, architecturally and framework wise, has already been set out. The surveillance, the vehicles, the call lines, also the proposed launch of the Udogachi. And I feel with all of this comprehensive network, with collaboration with citizens and as well as indigenes, will give a very safe and sound sense of security in the state. And finally, they sit at home. I think that is what should be discussed moving forward because we can't afford to have disgruntled elements away from the genuine agitation of the indigenous people of Biafra take up arms against her own citizens that they are supposed to fight freedom for. So I think the leadership of IPOB and the government must have to absolutely come to an understanding. Yes, I feel personally I'm sympathetic of freedom fighters because I feel it's a natural and a God-given right to seek secession if you feel that is personal. So I feel they have the right. But as it stands, you cannot also override the right of individuals with your own right. The sit at home is unconstitutional. It is not even pro people. So I think the government should sit and dialogue with that. And moving forward, any other disgruntled member who isn't in alliance and in conjunction with the resolution will be treated as a criminal. It's as simple as that because this set of persons have hijacked the instrumentality of non-state actorship to foment trouble and insecurity in the state, coupled with other external factors, like I said earlier, like bandits trying to ravage the southwest and the southeast today. But this is the fundamental issue that we all must take care of. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. You can mute your mic because it's very. Okay. Thank you. I've been trying to get back to Prof. I sent me a private message for him to come back because I'm not his network is actually his connection is really bad. So I hope he gets back. I will go just to maybe restart the phone or something so that he can watch the beat. So we're hoping that he gets back so that we can continue the conversation because some of them were too many questions, and I'm so sure I'm well and Doc will be here. Itching to really ask serious questions and not just listen to what government official has to say to us. Can I move the mic while we wait for him to be back? Uche, more man, the
Yes.
connection got is stable now.
Yes, I have changed my network source now. Watching the melu ekene kwa mge. Ndị be anyị ana m ekene. Eze Chikwelu Dalu Ike Pentecost nwanne ọ ya adịla gị na mma. Mgbe doctor na-ekwu okwu ka m pụrụ, and one of the things that got me really, really irritated, thank God na marom kosi I thank God he didn't complete that statement. I do not think the Anambra State government has made a decision to fight this crime. Whenever they come up to speak and start apportioning blames, I see it as lack of taking responsibility. It is highest form of irresponsibility when you start apportioning blames on the issue of insecurity. I gave a very vivid example yesterday, the last time we hosted this space. And I said, if, for example, Asaba, why are we not having the same experience there? And the answer is very simple. Because the environment, the people in charge of the environment have put in place measures that will put you in order So once you cross that bridge and come into Asaba, you put yourself in order. You do the right thing because there is orderliness. There are people who are going to put you in place if you misbehave or if you take the wrong path. And that is what we are failing on our part in Anambra State. So always apportioning blame or singling out people. This is a very dangerous precedent Anambra State government is taking. And the fact that it's being championed by the government is condemnable. I encourage every Onya Anambra to condemn this thing that Anambra State government is doing. Always pointing accusing finger on a particular people. This is wrong. I say it everywhere I go. This is wrong and very dangerous. If you know people who are responsible for this crime, go and fish them out. We don't want to know who they are. Fish them out and deal with them decisively. That is the mandate. That is the responsibility upon your shoulder. Your responsibility is not to come here to tell us that these are the people, so that whenever we see anybody that looks like them, then we'll go after them. Do you know what you are doing? Do you know the danger of what you are doing? And the fact that you do not understand that the people you are speaking to do not have the same level of understanding with you. When you dish this information, you don't understand how they are going to carry it out. When they start carrying it out, you will come out tomorrow and start another propaganda. We have to warn sternly to every member of Anambra State government who come on this space, never to single any group of people in Igbo land out for the crime being committed in Igbo land. If you cannot go after them and fish them out, don't come out publicly to tell us who they are. We don't want to know that. It is dangerous, and I hope sincerely that they understand the implication of what they're doing. Because at the end of the day, there is definitely going to be an unintended consequence of all this. We may be doing it now because of you can do it. You can easily apportion blame. You can easily. The last person that came on our space did the same thing. Then the commissioner is also doing the same thing. And some of us have heard governor also do the same thing. So what it means is that this has become a policy within the state government. It has become a way of deflecting attention. When you want to deflect attention, you single people out, you divide, then you now conquer. It's not acceptable. The Anambra are asking for very simple thing: proactiveness. Equip the police. Ensure that the citizens are protected. Do not take the police or the military or whoever that are responsible for protecting the people exclusively to the rich or to the politicians or to the elites only. During this December, you'll discover that the entire Anambra State, the roads stretched across the entire Anambra State are free. Why? Because most of them are on official duty with politicians, with business, big men. Big men, there are so many big men in Anambra State. So the ordinary citizens are left with nothing. And that's why people are being picked left, right, and center everywhere in the state. And nobody is saying anything about it. So what we are saying is that the government's passive action towards this insecurity is very visible. Everybody sees it. And people are asking, what is happening? What is federal and state government doing? And we have heard from the victims. We have heard from the people who have experienced this, what they went through. So you cannot come here to bamboozle us. We know these things. We know what is happening. So, yes, we have a responsibility. We have a role to play, the citizens, and we are doing that. We have provided the information. I know many people who have provided information to the police or to the appropriate. I have personally done that. And what came out from it? Nothing. Extortion, frustration. So, look, we have a very serious problem at hand. And what we are saying is this: what exactly are you doing? We're asking you, what exactly are you doing in specifics? Operation K1, which are operation Udogati, all these things are coined words. What exactly are you doing? Are you deploying technology? Are you looking at it as an option? Are
No,
you
no.
going to equip?
Well, Uche, he's speaking in a
Yes,
futuristic term. They are going to. They are going
that
to.
is it.
They are
For
going to.
how
That's
many
where I have a
years?
problem. Yeah.
So the thing now about Kasmaro, because if I don't know, maybe he doesn't understand the audience. Yeah, I believe we know that there is a operation, whatever, that has been happening in the past. Then I will be hearing these things. That's not what we're asking for. Security is a very serious business. And if you are implementing it, it's going to be very visible. People are going to see it. When you launch a very proactive security architecture or measure to protect in the Anambra, and then feel the impact. People will know. When they bakasi bialo, you need to advertise na bakasi na bia. Onde madu mana bakasi anago n'obodo. Onye obuna anogalia. When you bring operation people will know. They will visibly see it. But what is happening in Anambra State? Nobody can come here and tell you this is exactly the policy, the strategy the Soludo is deploying to ensure that people are protected, to ensure that people kidnapped are rescued. These are the things that we're asking for. And what if they how many trackers are in Anambra State? These criminals are illiterate. They don't know how to erase their trails. What is the technology? With ICT Solution Center. What are they bringing to the table to solving this problem? I'm not just launch a project. What exactly is it doing? So that's what we are talking about. Tell us if you do not have what you are doing or you are hoping, let us know. We can't be running away from our home. I am one boss. We can never. And that's why we are very concerned. So yeah, bro, about nobody is politicizing this thing. This is choking us. The idea that it's being politicized, it should be nobody should talk about. You people are the one politicizing it by trying to apportion blames. When you put people up, when you apportion the blames on a group of people, you're already politicizing it. You are causing problem. Let me yield here, please. Thank you.
All right, Uche. Iman, the tempo na. I just for some reason, Amaram, the connection, prof, was just terrible, so he wasn't really hearing because I wanted us to engage him. I didn't just want him to keep flowing and be telling us what government will. That is not really why we are here. And Doc, I hope if you are here, Madam, maybe if you can, I've sent him a private message. He's not responding. So the real question is, what is government doing right now? Only classified information. Okay, he doesn't want to tell us where the monitoring unit will be. Amaram classified information. It can be anywhere. I don't know why it is classified. The only thing you can tell me is that they entering the room or the building will have special people going in. But telling us, okay, you don't want to tell us where the surveillance room is, it doesn't mean anything. Because look at that abroad, everybody knows where the precinct is. Everybody knows where the precinct is. But the issue is entering the building. You can't have access to that building because then a lot of things in our guys. So, but you say, oh, you don't want people to know. I'm not anything this special name mount to camera. Or it's in a camera na Oka Road. Ko itinye camera na Unizik Junction. Ko itinye Wakenem ko itinye camera na Wungasike na Benna. Ko kedebo ya bi itinye camera now. Nina
Watching
itinye
a mellow,
camera.
it's in your camera brought a
You
problem.
know,
You know why it's not a problem? Watching a mellow, it's in your camera brought problem.
just
You know why it's not a problem? We brought a story of Daiso, right? The beyond camera and we're physical evidence and we're physical person involved, them all the way from Adamawa, all the way from Plateau, all the way from Benue, brought them down here. Kedife the government in there, man. I have a personal experience. My mechanic is remote here. Make any email where chota onye mail transfer an account here that night is remote here. Where will the information? Ghana police station. When you first look at. Can you feel what came out from it? I seen that the person on a Port Harcourt and I got track here. Can you feel put out from it?
Anagidego the boy did tired. Onyo bolu moto ezul. We see an I golie motor full. Oji gote motor full. This man opted to buy a new car than continue on this journey because extortion is too much. That is to tell you how frustrating all the. This is a similar experience a lot of people in Anambra State. So I have the problem. I brought the information. People name information. I get with information. Could only get here. Kedin they intercept this information. Kedin GM. Because everyone I know kita now. And we hear each the go do maybe phone number or the account you do. You will take that information. You will that is the cross of the matter. Now, basically matter that now the crime strategy change go. There are a higher level of crime or technology how deploy in this crime final commit. And so what it means is you need new ideas. Because the more you bring it out to tell people, look, we are seeing everything that is happening, the more these criminal elements will flee away. That's what Mba is doing. That is what he's doing in Enugu State. Telling you that he can see you, that he has a place where everywhere is monitored. Now, if Patrol Enugu State, Bello,
Okay.
what are you hiding? 21st century.
Uche, my brother. Buto. We'll get to where we're going. Maobuna, my Dr. Law Nora here. Or this I just so everybody where to say about insecurity in the southeast and especially our state, Anambra. And a lot of backard name. Here with them na Dr. Law Beba Gosela ABCD. Well Ojebere anywhere saying he's not supposed to be saying those things. Amara Mehedi hidden about as a place. Okay, don't tell us the place, but now don't see what is hidden about a place when I monitor security in Anambra. You're feeding us. I was angry that time, but if he died that thing, I feel no way he may lie or no way he will lie. But anyway, and a lot of backard nenu. Amarazim case were not the one I'm now. We didn't win ya November for long. So I'll start with him. One
Okay. Ndị Igbo njem ọnụ ana m ekene onye ọbụla Chifunwachi na-emelu ekene m na-agarị gị so ọ kara ịka mma ọ bụ na prof nọkwa ebe a gere ihe m na-ekwu mana o nwere ike ọ bụ na ọ nọ ndị mmadụ o nwere ike o mechie ọ bụ na a na-erekọdụ this live o mechie oge at his own convenient time because ọ just bata ebe a as a typical politician mana ọsọ anyị na ọ bụrụ a politician ọ bụ na ọnwa onye wọchịrị ka o si wee just chọ ka o change the whole narrative banyezie na campaign ọkwa ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-achọkwa campaign ịchịchabeghịkwa nke ibenye na-achọzi campaign because esi anyị na anyị ga-eme nke a na anyị ga-eme nke a na ha ga-eme nke a na ha ga-eme nke a ya awụzi campaign na ahụ anụ ụlọ a campaign nchegbe n'ụlọ ọchịchị mezie n'ihe unu gara ime na campaign wekwe so because onwe ihe na-eme ebe a gbara mmadụ ya arị ọ dị ka Anambra Feston kwuru enwere ishuru Dice Dike ejidere mmadụ dịbọị enwudogokwa dịbọị ji akịa gbagide mbọ spendgide ego enwudo ndị ori bute ha gbam sunu dị ya lezie ndị mere ihe a ka ihe na-eme sinsi ya a na-apagharị ya aparị ya ga ebe a aparị ya ọ nọ na space a last time gwa anyị na ndị ori gwakwara ya na onwere ihe na-eme na ọ ga-apụta na ha ga-apụta na onwere ịghọta na n'ọdeshi na onwe ihe na-eme na ha ga-apụta na this same space ka ha nọgwa onye ọzọ abịakwa kwuo na otego onye ori a na-akpakwa ike na Anambra otego o mebere ya ife ma nwanne ya nwaanyị a na-agụ ọ dịka onye ori abụzi modern day Nderiko nọ na amansi ọ na-akpara onwe ya ike na this same space ka m bịa kọmentị about ihe onye ori a kwuru mmadụ si mụ na ọ first citizen na nwere ihe na-eme na ejiche ha na ha na-apụtaba so onye chi ịgwaba anyị gọọmenti na-eme ọgwagodo anyị ha mere na nke anyị na-afụ n'anya because the only reason why insecurity jedeka oshede na southeast bụ because there are no consequences these people they just operate anyhow there's no consequences unless the government don't care. They don't care. That's just it. Because take for instance what happened in Enugu last time. Peter Mba demolished a duplex in Enugu last time. Reason because some of kidnapped victims were found in that house, so he had to demolish that very house. That's a consequence, a strong consequence. It sends a strong signal to onye ọbụla lekwe a na-edobe ndị atọta be gị nekwe mbọsị ọnọdụ ka ọ ga-ada ga-akwarikwa be gị onye ọ na-ezere onwe. But in a situation whereby na-enwere consequences, onye ọ na-eme ihe masịrị ya, the government are not doing anything. Ị na-asị anyị na ị ga-alọnch operation udo na-achị nsị ka njụkwa operation udo na-achị ọ bụrụ ihe ga-adị ka ndị nche ogbe, o nwere ihe ọzọ ị ga-alọnch karịrị Nigerian police nọdị already. You can't launch anything more than the Nigerian police. What did he got launch? Or say now on security clearance. Security clearance. Are you trying to form a military? Security clearance, EJ Megini. Maybe police did it already. Because these people they come and talk to us as if we are fools. We are no fools. I ain't chamachi. And when Anambra Avengers, AVG, if I'm not mistaken, they have been there for a very long time. No say why no na form more operation Udogache. What are those because akakwa carrier. Operation Udo ga-achị ọ bụzi mgbe ndị mmadụ ji nwụchazịa ụda abịa chịba n'etiti onye na onye. Ụda ga-achịzi n'etiti ndị mmụọ na ndị mmụọ ndị mgbe nwere ihe ha ji ihe ahụ eme. So because all these things this our brother bụ commissioner na-agwa anyị ebe a nwedị ihe mfụrụ ọ na-ekwu ebe a anyị nwere like nke Dice Dike the other man na bụ National Publicity Secretary apụga. He's nowhere to be found. He promised us he's going to do something about Dice Dike's case, but today he ran away. So onye abịala na white word issue onwere ihe dị ebe a dị simple. These people know that na onwere ihe a na-eme. There is no consequences for crime. Nke ha na-akpọ na-eche Moses nọ na amansi na-atụtụrụ ụmụnne anyị jiri ụmụnne anyị na-atacha jiri ụmụnne anyị na-eme everything masịrị ya. Ọ kazi igwe amansi dị popular self because ịkpọrọ ha n'afịa people asị gị na ha ma ya na ọ tegokwa ọnọdụ ya na-akpa ike. A na-ekwu far back as 2016 2020 ọnọdụ ya kpabara ike and he is still there today. Nwanne anyị ejide etinye na prison ọgwa ya na o mechie na ọ ga-afta na onwere there. What is the government doing? They are not doing anything. Okay, imagine na ejiri House of Representative member ọnọzi n'aka ndị ntọ for 18 days. Kedụzi ihe ga-eme anyị nwa bụ ndị ordinary people? And then you came here and tell us na unu ga-eme nka na unu ga-eme nka. Etiokwe nwesịrị nke na-eme ya mewe emewe. Anyị chọrọ ịma nke unu na-emegodi. You know, this Dice Dike's case, there's been a lot of issues. Police, they were not doing their job. They were complicit na emeto aka etukwara. Who and who has been fired? Nobody has been queried. Onwere onye a na-ekweri, onwere onye a na-fire. It's someone in our role. So if actually now the police is the best institution. You guys just have to put them in place. They are commissioner one day, and then you can write to them, they change the commissioner. And it was the best commissioner. Mananke someone a form operation Dogachi. There are you people try to capitalize on this very insecurity. Yeah, because that's what I'm seeing it. It's another avenue to make money because some people are insane. If not, kihi unu ji another operation udo gachi eme. Keta na unu je form kwa some untrained individuals. Okwere pump wuju fanaka. You people cannot even control them. Before you ima ihe na-eme obodo awọkwa na azọ nwoke ibi ọ na-eto afọ. Nsogbu akarịkwa. Ebe unu nwere police already, unu nwere AVG. Why not charge these people? Why not make these people get to work? Everything onye na-agwa anyị ihe na-enwere isi ọsị na ọ dị classified. Ebe ụlọ security guard ọsị anyị na ọ dị classified. Ebe a ga-etinye CCTV camera ọsị na ọ dị classified. Very soon their progress will be classified as well. Kedu ihe anyị medere ndị a? Get to work. It's a simple something. Rụba na ọrụ. Chụba na ndị a. Wegodoro this case Dice Dike nye anyị example. We want to see that guy has been persecuted. Akpe ya ikpe nye ya portion of rice rurie in Timi Agbaje's voice. He should be served his portion of rice. Then those people, because that Dice Dike onwe ihe okwu no when ndị Igbo ba ya na those people na-arụ ọrụ and they have failed, the guy have failed to mention those people's name. Let them get those information from these guys. And I swept many things under the carpet. The people who are in charge of that case, have they been called? Open a governor now, one about commissioner for information. If they call those people involved, why are you people treating this case this way? Why are you people doing this? Why are people doing that? If one and with interest, there are people at heart. Not when you treat your people like trash. Only when hand on where you have one on a balance your own way. Like now, most of Anambra police senior officers, they are not even on Twitter. They are nowhere to be found. They are just in their house. You can't even engage them. As you get to a number, you got to a number. Why? Why is it like that? Can we quite Peter Mbanya example? Somehow now, even a S-Wama, and we go Twitter account. You can now reach them easily. We talked about Etu Diabola and Egonon. Kita now, almost 99% of base you have to pay it online. And we hear Basagi na Abo. All the simple. You go online, you do ticket. Not na shop, but you know, on a is here, they ticket on our own. So, why not like Kian and Mary Ihene and you see on a Merin the ban easy? True, Professor Chukwumacha Soludo, he's a very good man. He's a very good professor, right from when he was living in behind flat in UNN. He's a very good man, but it was a Jezidika, this saying that good people don't make good leaders. What do you call Ezioku? Yes, because what is all this? It will only isi kpọrọ nkụ tinye na ochichi onye ọbụla ntị onye ọ na-anaba ka ife Anambra First Ones wee kwu mgbe Bakassi Bari, we didn't need much advertisement. Ihe ha na-eme bụ advertisement ha. Their action was speaking for them. But today, abịa na-asị anyị na a ga-eme nke a na mgbe ọbụla a na-ekwe people nkwa a na-ekwe enu anyị. We are talking about human lives. Ya na-ekwu okwu kịta bụ ndụ mmadụ. Honestly, ya na-ekwu kịta bụ ndụ mmadụ. Amansi a na-ekwu okwu. O nwekwara one checkpoint police na-aharassị mmadụ that side. Misi Enugu na-abata Ọnịcha bifo Ibenyewe Ọka. But these things dey happen. So biko onye a na-agwa anyị okwu a biko mara ihe ị na-agwa anyị, gwaba anyị ihe unu na-eme, ọ bụrụ nke unu ga-eme. This is not time for campaign. Unu na-achị achị ozugbo. Unu mebe ife na unu nwa na-achị. Unu a campaign zina. Unu a campaign chego. Thank you.
Okay, one thank you so much. I think Sydney Kubuloku before Anambra first on. Sydney, Obonega Bagotana Mike, because I need to ask you a very personal question, because the way you sounded, I've been thinking about that, and other Kagina government local. See, you're an essay or private assistant to somebody. I need you to come to the mic. Just
Yeah,
request for mic.
I talk about Adria's that question. It's too sympathetic to the government.
And the information EG, the two crystal clear. Don't way fame. You know that with Sydney, if you can hear me, I can't see him. I've been looking for him.
I'll request the mic in Nyekwe also. So I'm more about to this.
Okay, and because I need to know why government is waiting to launch instead of telling us that they have launched, because that's what we want to hear. You gotta go. So, okay, the difference between 5111 and number the police EG, number DPO, number everybody in my law enforcement EG. What will be the difference? Or what the same people can have, what the same law enforcement can have. No, it was okay, it will go. Information what will be the difference? Because people are doing it now. So Sydney, because it seems now you are working with Prof. Bagotana Mike Biko. Let's move the mic. Amama Naga next.
Iman asim na chetes moye aganet, man. I think no ichie Menka.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's your Menka will go.
Okay.
Then Ezobi.
Yeah, Chief. Sorry. It's the
Sorry. After him will be Daniel Ethan. Then onwezi onye ọzọ biko wenye aka na ada mama.
Yeah, okay, Chief. Daalụ nnọọ. Ịma afọ m this your mgbe ị tweet maka space ya. Eji maka agaghị m I have to stay because ama m na nrụ n'ọfịs ngaghị ekwunwo ihe dị m n'obi. So I had to stay back at home. Maka na a sị na onye ọkụ na-agba bie anaghị eji achụ oke. Mana even Prof anyị nchetelu tụrụ anyị udiri ilu a mgbe ahụ a na-eme ya inauguration na ndị otu ya other things okwu dịka ọ na-emezi opposite ya bụ na ọkụ na-agbabie a na-eje achụ oke na-adịghị ama ama. ihe nwere ikwu n'okwu a bụ na the truth na ndị adịrọ honest with us. nke a ugodi eziokwu because anọgo m ebe a know a lot of things ha bịara ebe kọọ commission. I was even expecting the commissioner ịbịa okwu ihe gbasara ịbịa address good issue ihe gbasara the eso that guy ịbịa ebe a kwu okwu that day ọkwa onye isi ndị publicity secretary apụga na ebe a can he tell us now na ebe a kịta anyị na ebe na that probably na the apụga publicity secretary nwere anything okwu because ọ bụ na watch most of all these gangs ndị na-eme ihe niile otu ha si eme ifu na at some point ifu na ọ na-enwe ihe that is interconnected like ọ na-enwe something in common with all of them. Because for me, I believe na ebidogodo from even self nke that guy ejide organic a na-akpịa from amansi na ndị otu ha. Inwudo ofu onye n'ime by the time ofu onye ha bido kwuba okwu ifu na ọ ga-link to even 100 others. Why is it that up to today after that I kwuchoro okwu as sensitive as that anything up to today o nwere anything ha kwuru nobody said anything over that issue. The police emenwuri, state government emenwuri, an individual will spend everything of spending. We got Dutonia, Duketia in a prison, Amobia. Government to take over to do something. I cannot cost story. My question was, I want to have even as simple as somebody have done the most complex work on it. He was not a trained vigilante code that way trained police or a trained investigative whatever, but he was able to make it happen. Even with all the form of frustration in here. And I clearly heard that man that done a cool way. Of course, now even if he approached the government, some offices, so many, and they all turned him back. So the question is, what exactly can they and baby be calling? Now, exactly. This is what we have done, and this is what is on ground. Can't get rich and man. Open on one, you can open on one, ma adabie ka ejikita ọ ga-adebe na agwa anya ga ọ na ọ ga-ahapụ ihe niile ọ na-eme tido okwu n'ụzọ ozugbo mara ihe ọ ga-eme ka anyị jụke na even soludo ma even the commissioner ọ bụrụ na ejide nwunye ya kịta even soludo let's assume na dị ọkpara ya kịta na-akpọ ọnya na kịta na-eji ya ọ ga-asị ka anyị chere January ka wee mee desecurity before ihe ememe because it looks like sometimes these people think that maybe na ihe na-ebe dollars na ihe ọ ga-ha jere na internet ikwu nke asị gị na hate of email nka all of us, most of us never will have investment. I will interest in my number for goodness sake. Now, do they think none at time maybe be about just we are saying it because now I want at least they go see any proof. And another thing, because often had the confused on things to do. See, I'm maybe not Uche move. P2B has been around on nature. In fact, most of all this Christmas season. It was so difficult to send the mother or even the governor young with teacher, but yeah, do everything in me do. Jamie said that man, the could be on the chassis, or even Sabbath son, on a phone, kit and all the government has Yana Higasi. You can hear what exactly God is in him. How many are is as simple as it's a simple question. How many are he had commissioners, he worked with that and because most of those guys were so proactive, but even see, I'm a member of a youth. Now I'm in a village. I cannot names. It was so bad during that time because Mark and I wonder they had them and I even interconnected back and watch. Abakasi everywhere. It's not even only his commission. Some of them had to come to us. Even to assemble youths in a village. They don't go. So it was even easy. Only one policeman then at SAS. Idowu kana pionye Yoruba. Idowu was a very senior man in the police, but Idowu was always coming to us. Only one kind black old model BMW. All just can wonder how close we are with the police then. And what happened? Because probably he provided a kind of enabling environment, even funding for them. And we saw the willingness with the police. So any silent in the melon, hygiene and energy between that go get you could be police. And I didn't get police headquarters in Kedinamobia. That time I got one on the time I need to be able to have if the mother got there. I ain't got no better because people were actually active, and he made people to believe no people. If all these things now, I need and he led it up front on the other side. He was doing it, all of us was doing it. So my own beginning, yes, so at least I will samples. We're not talking about trial and error. There are people that have actually done this thing. Because when it was even worse in Anambra, somebody came in, did some few things. Those guys who were all with him. He had commissioner, had people, advisors in the ground. Have they even tried to call these people? Okay, what did you guys do? So sometimes, I'm really feeling somehow so angry. Most of the time, even that this guy narrated his own story. Now, no, they hadn't criminal and release here. Only not for how many? Only not going to how many people need. And they want to tell me that the government is not even aware. Now such kind of person never, and they're not even interested. So what else can I go down here? Exactly. Number one, is either have the complicit or Maria decide that these are just two obvious reasons. If not, if they want to prove us wrong, let them start. Let us hear at least no now no bill. Now na ha bere akwa at least na ha be kwa afa amala ndị ha eje pick na from there pick ndị anụ nwa ha ga-edekwa akwa gwa gị ndị ọzọ. But I did na call me so for me ha bịa ha bidogo na basic tell us exactly ihe na-eme si bidogo from ndị nke ahụ ejigoro eji. Oh, an individual make an effort and would you don't be surprised by before end of this month kita ha je near you na court I don't know ya ha na dị ihe ni na chain as square one. Let him come here at least. Back I need to go those basics. Let him come and tell us exactly. All these things na hard and easy. Why now? Launch can check a federal government. I'm sure I don't even know whether Obin and the federal government was even in good time government. He didn't come and tell us no, they check a another license. He came to us as youths in the village. Here when was Chief, because when you were honestly,
Epugom I think it is time. I think you're the call Grandmaster Pulia, raising banners and all of that. My own Epugona Olugo stage, Ebobona Soludo Bialeko, any event, somewhere be a pure water. I think that should be what we will start, really doing. Ebobona Batana, before na Mefor no go anything. Bottle water, my pure water, I see from everywhere and all angle. Because that's the only way he will actually understand what we are talking about. You might not understand this thing, but somebody, like being an okay. Second, and there are request. In fact, now last space, one of us not here, confirm on cousin Siabatano for event cable. Nana wafe go 500 million. Can it be a similar to Diega? Can it be a similar that kind of money? Obrona Mara Bendano. It's not like, okay, Opugo na Anambra state government. He just confirmed Anambra state government were one of the best tracking system. Fine and good, glory to God. But until a kidnap was under mad, and we are tracking, a wagon and water tracking system na Anambra state, no Enugu state, na track. But our government official has now told us Anambra state were one of the best. Now the whole of Nigeria. That's fine. It's very interesting and it's a positive news, I believe. But of what extra essence if you can track and pin down, arrest those people? Nemeifa. People be no job. Let's move the mic. Daniel Egasiaka Ezobiga. Daniel.
Biko onwe ihe nche ikwu anọ m n'ọlụ
He will be running.
Yeah,
Good morning.
Jem, when you like, Jem Hunter. Oh, yeah, when you consider.
From Keshe when yeah.
Okay,
Good morning.
more iPhone kine use. Open on iPhone. Ina na. Now this to MP this space. You have love icon. You click here na that love icon. Then by the right, you got far cannot there. You click on it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna mute to zero. All right, Ethan,
Thank you.
Daniel.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's quite an interesting space. Chief, good morning, sir. This will be and every other person. Well, I want us to see a very clear example of how the disconnect between the people and the government looks like from exactly what happened between the commissioner on this space and how he disappeared from the space. Because a very, very serious-minded person will have looked for other avenues to rejoin the space so that he can disseminate this information. But they really don't take people seriously. And that is why I keep saying that anybody waiting Neche Soludo that is going to work, is going to do anything. Well, it's already 3 years gone. But I really had some serious questions for the commissioner. The whole Commission of Information cannot get common communication right. Then how would the whole government get security or other things which they are supposed to do? But let us go from what this guy was saying before. What is his name? What's that his name? He was defending Soludo. Soludo came on space some time ago to tell us that it was not IPOB and co that were doing this thing. He still came again to see, he kept postponing when he would start the intervention of security. But my questions here, why the government of Anambra is not even sincere because unlike what the commissioner said, he said we have the best tracking system. Maybe the tracking system that people like Peter Obi used to disseminate, to decimate the insecurity during his own time. Because one problem we have with successive governments is everybody wants to start his own project. Nobody wants to do a continuity. It could be true. There's a good tracking system that was put in place by somebody who really wanted to work. But have they really harnessed it within the last 2 administrations? That is the question. Somebody was here saying, India made these whole things. They are foreigners. How? Foreigners from where? And they are not, yes, we have indigenous too, but we have foreigners. Foreigners, are they from Libya or India, Afghanistan? These are people, locals, who are indigenous, who are working with people to destabilize the region. But we have a government that is not serious. Why can Peter Mba work within 1 year? Yes, whose mic is open? Peter Mba can work within 1 year, but Soludo has taken 3 whole years and is getting towards electioneering period and is beginning to come up with this rhetorics of falsehood because there's nothing truthful. Because though this we will install this, this is another 1 year event because they will now say, well, according from the commissioner, what he said, they don't want to, they will have to go through law. So you have to take it to the house. They have to appropriate new bills. They have to look for how to inculcate in the budget before they now go and start mobilizing people. And they bought vehicles. Were they not vehicles before? The security agencies in the state, and where are vehicles? Are they working with bicycles before now? How was people like Peter Obi able to curtail these things those time? Did he come outside and start looking for command center and control centers? These are the things that we need to start asking these people. Before they were operating with vigilante laws. What stopped it? What stopped you from that vigilante laws that were there before now? Reenact it, make it more stronger, because these guys are living in the bushes. They are not living in the center of the city. reenact the vigilante laws, just like some people in the Northeast did some. The governor worked directly with the vigilantes, put them on government payroll, and increased their salaries, and it motivated them to work. Make these vigilante laws stronger, in just because these people are operating in communities. They go to villages, just attack people. People want to travel to their hometowns, they attack them in the communities. Make these vigilante laws stronger. Empower and give and equip these vigilantes to the teeth. I was on a space yesterday. Some Ikenga guy, I think he was a member of one of these agitating groups, because he said, the guy by himself said, we should call all of them agitators, because if you say this is IPOB, the other people will say it is not them, that we should generalize all of them. And he was giving us real insight on why these things are actually happening. It's because why? If these things are not money driven, if there are no money benefits, it will not come. Because the person saying that is some local governments. Yes, those local governments, Igana, Uli, all those areas, they are terrorized by Indian agitators. Then you come to the main towns, they are terrorized by kidnappers. Then you go to another side, they are terrorized by criminals. Everywhere is literally on a lockdown because of criminals and because of bandits, terror, whatever you want to call them. Is it that the government, because according to the commissioner, and some crimes you cannot what did they put it? You cannot stop all the crimes. You cannot have the that you cannot there are some things that just won't go away. Is it that they have overpowered the government? Let Soludo come out and say he has been overpowered, so that they can declare a state of emergency, or somebody else that can do the job should take off the seat and should step down. Coming to give us stories, because the person who say he's not a politician, when maybe he said that and I just knew this is one of them. You can't come here and begin to play on our senses. What are the people who were fighting in Enugu State that has fought? Let us, because we're taking cue from the Southeast states. Enugu State did Peter Mbak come and begin to tell people how he started, how many CCTV cameras has he installed everywhere before he could make people begin to come out on Mondays. So Ludo is not serious to work about this insecurity, because why? He wants to use, these are people who also benefit from things like this. I don't want to preempt to say, okay, this, but these are people who also allow some of these things fester because they have sinister reasons for it. How can a whole commissioner or what you call is kidnapped and not in the government has for 18 full days? Then what will happen to an ordinary citizen that cannot even be able to dial 511 from his village? That is the questions we should continue to ask these people, because I don't see anything this commissioner came here to say. He just know that the questions he was going to be asked were not questions he can be able to answer, and that is why he decided to leave the space. So, and like somebody just said, why can't Soludo remove that professor from his name? Call meet Peter Obi and ask him, consult stakeholders, how do we solve this thing? Because I am very sure if these people focus their attention on, like they've done to a commissioner right now, well, sometimes some of these things can just play out, so they won't look like, oh, it is only citizens and government officials are not also involved. But if people like the governor's family members are also kidnapped, I think then they'll begin to know that the chicken is coming home to roost. Why can't you go to people like Peter Obi? Why can't you go to people who have really done? Because for a former police commissioner to say Anambra State was one of the safest in years, then there was something that really happened at that period that we knew how Anambra was. So I think there is a big hiatus between the government and the people, and there's a big falsehood that is being propaganda or whatever. Because there was somebody, you see, bear this space this morning. I didn't really want to, because if the person came, because the person said some of this insecurity was being exaggerated. But the person, during this whole festivity, was going around with hillocks and security agents. Why didn't he walk around alone? Let's see how secure the Southeast is, so that it doesn't look like anybody's demarketing the state. Let us come to ourselves true, not because you are pandering to government, because you have government friends and you want to garner favors, and you begin to dance to their tune. People are dying. People are paying out of their noses because they need to leave kidnappers then. Now they've entered into churches. It happens, they begin to look for how to get monarchs or chiefs and village heads, because that is where it is heading to. So I think we should just wake up from this sleep that, look, this government is not serious. We should just wake up to this reality that, look, we need to change these people that are sitting there. Soludo is not serious about this. Oh, they want to bring here Udo. Well, that's another money. But look at the huge amounts allocated for the past 3 years for security votes. What have they been doing with it? Why at this last minute? At election, by this year, they will begin another campaign. Then attention will be diverted to politics and not the security of people. So that is where me, I have a problem. I don't have all this one they're going to come and tell us is just stories. You've heard it. These are things like somebody said, you say during campaign. But right now, campaign season is here. They started another one. Please, anybody who wakes up tomorrow to vote this kind of people again, I don't think you need your head checked. Thank you. I submit here.
Ichiomenka, biko mute go to your mic. I think it's interfering. Never biko nkonechi hazalo. Ichie watch the melo.
Nnukwu mmadụ ezochikwala ekene m
You got the kg, jara go one.
eche m ka nọ n'ụla
Mba na ịma na
na n'ife
ibelo
na-ekwu ezochikwala ọ dị ka
na
connection ga-ebupụgo gị.
no
Okay.
na na
I think honestly Prof ọ dị ka Prof agbago ọsọ at this point, because it's been almost an hour Prof left, and I think Prof agbago ọsọ, so we will have to, I will reach out to him later Kamalo the day he will have time that will work with me as well. Then we'll bring him back because he needs to respond to these questions. The Anambra nwe, because Operation Udo gachi, Udo na-achị already, mana Udo adịrọ. So Prof agbago, so let's just take it that way. Prof ọ bụ na ị nọ ebe a, and Sydney bụ na sound ka his special assistant. Sydney ọ bụ na ị nọ ebe a ma ọ na ịgbapụgo ọsọ na ị nọ anonymous, nsogbu adịrị, I will reach out to you guys. We'd like to bring you back, because the truth bụ na unu anụgo ife ndị mmadụ na-ekwu. This is no longer a matter of hearsay. People need help, and like I've always advocated, I've advocated for two things. One bụ na olugo time ebe ọ bụrụ unu fụ Soludo now si ma bịa mmiri, mana ọ na-abụ ndị be anyị, in the face of oppression, in the face of insecurity, after Soludo na tibe na ojebego. That is one thing that I hate. I'm why the guy cannot complain online behind somebody offline, just now, with your friends and not complain. But the moment you see that person, you can say challenge, you can say judge. It's be a ijebego, you know more from me, gabaniru, ojadria, or gafezia, the person gafezia, if you don't complain about. Because you can't tell me why people are complaining about insecurity. When I'm where Bob and will event, salute the Biadia, Udane Winyake, and they Winyake in half of the videos, can the mother say, hey, Luya, and then what telling one bath, and 8 2 yafa, only age pure water mawanya. Command you would want them far before now, but I'll just say as soon as Buruzo Jeb, I'll and them mother mobia for Matata. Because if I get this operation, we do got here now, but campaign Koga, campaign promise for second term. That's why you chelo till the end of first term. Causes na by second term, nifa na by any akitab to unleash oppression udogache. Can make sure. Why didn't he from day one? Enugu State, in fact, Enugu was very bad. Open on 1 year lotano. As at last year, Enugu was very bad. Enugu was bad. Enugu Metropolis, Sibidugudeba was bad. But now, you see now. You see Enugu now, so everybody about Tagozi, Anambra State, according to the governor, because Anambra beboy abebata, where an ebutego, he kidnap one mother, ibutego, ebarata kwalagaka. In his words, Bramwanebu. Manande and have 5 over on yours, he went 50,000. This is what the governor said. Maybe one of those propaganda messages said that. No. This is what he said. So the Anambra were kidnap value. So he knows this thing, and you're not doing anything to protect it. It's in there. What commissioner said, no, foreigners. I like to that question, whether my foreigners are from Libya or from Pakistan. Can they see where? Okay, so you identify, yeah. 3 days ago when we had our space, National Publicity Secretary, Abga, Bele Point, Akasino, Ndi Ebonyi State, before they put like this is the people we are dealing with in Anambra State. This is what we are dealing with. No, Ndi Imo State, Enugu State, Abia State, Merina Ebele, Tina and Ebele, Obani Boya Catholic, EJ Mass, just Tina and Ebele, because we are in deep problem. Tina Anambra State in Ebele. By a chaplet, the million Ebele, because I'm asking from Masunu Mela, because that's the only thing you can do for us now. National Publicity Secretary. Okay, so you man there. Why haven't you prosecuted these people or jailed them? None. One. Get our foreigners. Foreigners is India, Kondisi Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, but Anambra State. So how were you able to identify them? And you've not been able to arrest them, prosecute one. Install CCTV and Afrona before. Surveillance system na Diberomboya Koji Webolo classified information na Anambra State na install camera. Aina Afrona. Okay, I don't know Road, okay, I don't know P work, okay, I don't know Ga Junction. Kede boy at Anambra State go where the hidden. So that when you na mezeka na camera na afia. Then unknows na surveillance room una ne notice. Then I don't know P work anala about 511. Soon nana nya bana no P work. Is ya na afia na camera. Man, don't worry, now the police ya fabia. Man, ya go do go 250,000. Okay, we just telephone 150,000. This is the problem. So open in a guy into Malama and Anambra State in deep problem. About propaganda because for us you go, oh no, election period they go. No, that is why. So why did he have to wait? The commissioner confirmed that number Fabata, now about 8 local governments. Adageaga. Abi 8 town Adageaga. But now no there's like that, no baratago. Why not tell us now it has been decimated? Naketa nandi andi na papa na da no zemakia. Atakwa nwanne anyị nwoke bụ Peter Obi say na mgbe chala nwa mgbe afọ that think pieces, calling him out. Also, well, near me go nke eme na be a businessman. Na chale bụ a professor. Ya mezie nke o ji bụrụ professor. How come professor have not been able to outperform a businessman? Professor of economics, not professor of zoology or animal husbandry. Economics. So what it means is that by virtue of his exposure, knowledge, and defining normal, Anambra State was able no ebe ya what Anambra to asig na na mo their governor. Their governor that the economy of Anambra State is in fact not actual economy of California. No able the biggest economy based on the fact now our governor professor of economics. But that's not what we're saying. For the chain we see no problem in West. More number one person gonna wage na salute na of Anambra State na you can come back anytime. One I can't guarantee you can come back anytime. Raponde anina na siga na faji we nya moto na aban. We see Enugu wejeba aba. We see aba natana that same night na Anambra State. One ETCDA for believe well. I'm telling you ETCDA for if I beg you won't like it. From Onitsha, weba old road, well walker, but South Africa can where Umaka na more pretty there. Umaka Baloga Canada, South Africa. Equator no in a mal case me from South Africa if I can make it there. So you know all those things and that one just be careful. This will add serious to do anything for you. But let's move the mic. Ezobi, I'm not ready to talk now. Ezobi.
Eze Chikwere ka ọma okwu ọ chọrọ ikwu.
Okay, all right, let him go ahead.
Okay, let me go down to
Biko
the
na anọ
section
m
and come
ọrụ
back.
ọ bụla m ga-ekwu briefly ka m banye back to ọrụ biko o.
Okay, Ezobi, Ichoka Jem, before going.
Ngwa Jam gaa n'ihu nsogbu adịghị.
Okay, Jem, all right, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna be very brief. My question Unujo the last time un host to this space.
I think it goes to if the government is clueless, etc., etc. And my answer to that, Buna, is all in the mindset, of the government, how this thing is morphing out. The last time it was to space, when you are dealing with someone and you call how what your problems are, or the relationship with them, the response they give you tells you everything about the mindset of the person. Okay, Otta. So now space up until now, what you guys keep talking about is what the problem is and what is happening on ground. The situation of things really. But the response of the government is actually rather to defend themselves, and tell you, which is very, very interesting. Now, my background is in security. I'm still on active duty. And a couple of years ago, Igwe, my village in Anambra, found out about me, contact him, where Sim Nocho can be train vigilantes in my village. So, that because I'm still on active duty and I'm in the security in a foreign country, that I might not be able to do that. But then that triggered something from where I am. So Mbebe research, if these people are actually morphing around. This was a couple of years ago, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, I think here. They were morphing around where I'm from, Oka North. This is that area, area, and I end up with Omago. That's where they were gathering, to disperse. So what I did was, on my own little part, I started doing a security mapping. I reached out to a couple of people. When we man on where Ben incident, I'll go on someone's DM on your post to ya, man for ya. See, I send the incident here, man, so that I can map out on the map or the map on my computer where these things are happening, because a map tells you a story. Then early last year, I was in Enugu. Anambra. I was hanging out with a couple of my friends, and they work in the government. Some of them in Anambra State government. Sorry, Enugu State government and Ebonyi State government. So, Ngwaha, my observation, him I go no kumanya. But funny enough, the Ebonyi guy contacted me later. Where Simona on a project Ochinata governor, no he beautify a roundabout. Nange they will a proposal for it. She not brought my background, so I wouldn't want to fail him. Then Kenugu contact him. Where Simu the governor Enugu na plan him. She okay. Osimu na get with a proposal. So I wrote a proposal. They reached out to me. Well, we go on the contract, but they would like me to do the architectural mapping. Basically, say map by strategic places na Enugu agetinye CCTV cameras. So I did that mapping. I did the job for them. So cameras etinye Enugu. I am not claiming to have done the project. I did the mapping itself, like every strategic points. Then I started asking myself the question, who took this serious, as in the government of the states that took this up? Nke Ebonyi State, you could get around about beautifying. Anambra State was not quite clued on the hand, So when things kept happening na Anambra, reached out to a couple of people here. I think Ifani was one of the people I reached out to, but he hasn't replied me on the DM. How we him and Anambra. And see, because I sent the incident. All I'm asking is, Just furnish me with these incidents so that I can keep pinpointing them, the hotspots on the map, to populate this map. This map will eventually tell a story where we can say, okay, 5 things may go, a kidnap go people, 5 people like Ebu Nabo South Africa now, so and so date from so and so. And you could have said that they moved to the Okanot area, nearby Kahana, are reconstituted to the whole their hostages. We can pinpoint that. From there, I made a list the last time. And this is very, very, government never. You can write this down. It's a very, very, it's not as simple as, but at the same time, it could be disruptive to Ndinemeha. Because Onye Kuloku, the last time Unu hold the space, one of the guys Kuloku said that if you disrupt someone that has planned to go and do something, it triggers them and they'll make mistakes. The first thing is to set up a situation room, which could be something as simple as having a space, a big map of Anambra with the NMA. You don't even have to go into CCTV yet if you don't have the money. The second thing is, if the money is not there for the CCTV, I'm sure the money is there, but let's just pretend not there. You can actually start with about dummy CCTVs. The dummy CCTVs, the way they work is, you set up a dummy CCTV and solar motion lights. So these solar motion lights, what it does is, when somebody is passing, people put it in their houses, or walk. That simple act of is just a deterrent alone to what will happen there or what someone planned. Another one is the simplest thing. These speed bumps are everywhere. Police they use it for their own purpose of ego. It's actually a very big deterrent if it's used properly and placed where is strategic. Because it doesn't matter the kind of car, when you've done something and you're about to exit, you have to slow down somehow, for you to get past that speed bump. Now, if this speed bump is placed around where the dummy CCTV is, or even the CCTV itself, what it does is that it captures the plate number, of the car NjenjeMedia. No moto habulugo already. Moto mado onye hajide ka habulu. What it does is it tells you the area Habuda motor will exit here, because most times these guys don't even know all these things, and if they do, they are pretending that they don't. Then another one about all these security architectures and our forming villages and areas, the training, the simplest bit of an after event, the training, or or a group of people something. The first thing you got for people a video be on social media, record about the incident. What happens to first aid, the training these local security guys? What happens to the awareness, how to put someone in a recovery position, the awareness. What happens to the triage, the meloral? Why is he will put a phone record there, only the team will our first reaction when something has happened. So, the last bit of my point when it comes to this is inquest after the whole thing has died out. This incident now, this voice note now go around about the release Ebunye Venza that the government is kind of trying to dispute, etc., etc. Their duty shouldn't be to dispute what had just come up. Their duty is to start doing an inquest into what happened. Obgodi na second one say for whatever reason, I wouldn't know who would come up and start making up that they were kidnapped, etc., etc. I mean, their duty should be to start having an inquest. You know, wonder Kebunuga, is there any place moto that and all that? Is there any place you can map us out? Come and show us where you drove to. So these things, if it's possible for someone or any group of persons never get reaching out to the government, these are the things that we can start doing on our own. These are the things that they can start doing, so that at the end of the day, right, we start becoming our own security architecture individually. Before the Christmas period, on space I jumped on, and they were talking about insecurity as well, na Imo State. So I gave them pointers, especially Umuwanyai, that go and meet, guys, when the people they probably don't know, etc., etc. I said before, the simple little things you have on your phone, Snapchat, turn your location on now your Snapchat. Tell a couple of trusted friends that you're going to this particular place. Every now and then they should just check on you on that Snapchat. Just, for security purposes. So I hope that the awareness has been created, in my own little way. All I'm asking is, onwe ihe ọbụla menu na Anambra State. I hope nothing else happens anyway. I'm not praying for something to happen. If any of you, if you guys can furnish it to me, direct message, so I can keep populating this map. So that when the time comes, if someone cares to want to have a look at this map, I can actually furnish it to them, then explain to them the hot points or hotspots in Anambra, and we can go from there. Maybe it can help. I hope that way we can start, kind of understanding what is happening. Because every house when Ebigom abroad for years. But whenever I come to Nigeria, or they can sometimes my people in Nabata, they actually don't want me to come back. And it kills my spirit. My little boy, is half Nigerian, half Italian. And there is nothing more I will want for that boy than to take him back to my village, Eben Niasi.
All right, Wanda, thank you for your contribution. A lot of things you dropped here, which to me, I just hope Gaddafi, these people that were here with us the other time, and also I wish the commissioner not here, and Abga publicity secretary. I wish they are here. Maybe they are here. They are just listening to us anonymously. That's fine. The most important thing is to take note, because now issues of security are the guy. You talked about mapping, of which I think that's something very strategic. I say about security. I'm not into security, but from what you said, can I be chair? I've been Anambra State. From information so far that you've gathered or you've had from people, but like those, I mean, except if I know about Ihiala, local government area, that access, Imagolilu or Sumo, then into also Ihitokwa, just leave those side. In terms of this strategic surveillance, Otuo Sidine Enugu and all of that, where we could have such strategic points that government needs to really pay attention so far, in order to enable them capture So I'm gonna mean we go detailed information about what is going on in Anambra State, anyways. Well, also, we go find whether or not, then that's okay. We can move the mic.
So far, in Anambra State, it looks like there were two holding points for these guys. That Ihiala Valley, that area, is one of the hotspots. And another hotspot they are beginning to use now from that voice note that I think that is circulating. Another hotspot, ever as now able see people, but that Oka North, that Achala Urum, is beginning to be a hotspot. But before, that place was just a bedding ground for these people. Basically, a move out again. You never used. I don't think it used to be a holding point. It was more like a bedding ground because the neighboring villages were on the charter. They were saying that these guys actually, that in the evenings they come into the villages to have a drink, eat, buy foodstuffs and go back in these places. And as it sounded, the government was aware of, the metamorphosizing of these people at the time, right? But it looks like now because now we go a lot of heat now that here axis when it comes to the holding. Kaga bomb and and things like that, they send the army about. So it looks like now they've started holding. Now that's Achala that you think is Achala Urum, that Omago, that side, in there. And from what I gathered, when this happens, they don't go through that Ibariamu going into Achala, because for you to get to that Omago from Ibariamu, you have to cross Achala. Achala is a village that basically separates them from going into that. So what they do is they go through the back road. So you see, Noka, Haga through the back road, Banyu room, then Sizu room, connect here to the Somago. So that back road might be an area, to start focusing on. That back road might be an area to start putting these strategic speed bombs. It's the simplest thing you could do. Put a speed bomb or a series of speed bombs into strategic areas. If you don't have the money, you can mount a dummy CCTV camera with solar motion detectors, just as a deterrent, while you are still tinkering about how to equip, yourself more. So from the mapping so far, I think they are beginning to gather and hold hostages in that bushy area around Achala Urum axis.
All right. I believe, to be honest with you, that government they are aware of this information, because I want to believe then we'll get a lot of people, a lot of victims that are really identified. Then the webm, the ISIS a baby for edge. And of course, the issue is mobilization of law enforcement to that place. The truth to Buna, and when only extreme thoughts of what individuals can do. One of which Namong Abro is security expert, so I don't think I can, um, put it out there. No one know into security probably will have more to give to us in terms of idea and what we can do. But I move where the mic. Ezobi, I think you have.
Watching the video,
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
okay. Okay. Because watching the video, I have a few questions for you. And you go Commissioner for Information, I know. Ogumagwaya, ya download o Twitter. Omakwana Twitter, no one here ka Twitter. Okay, gini ya, okay, contact ya. But because here we can sound funny. Ma, as you know from isi ahụ ka esi ama ka nsị atọ. So nwoke anụnwa ihe a gịnị ya kpa ọda ya na mbelede, anyị makwa na mbelede ka eji ama dike. because na-esi na ị ga-achị ọra ị ga-abụ dike. Ihe ọda ya na mbelede because anọgo m ebe a for the past almost 2 hours going. Network ya nwee problem. Ọ bụghị Commissioner for Agriculture ka ọ bụ. Ọ bụghị Commissioner for ka ihe ọzọ m ga-agba ya. Ọ Commissioner for Information. That means speaking to people kwesịrị ịbụ his forte. That means anything that has to do with communication kwesịrị ịdị ya n'ọbụ aka. Biko, kee ka Gọvanọ Soludo si wee select Commissioner for Information. Biko a na-ewezi Commissioner for Information enye onye ọbụla. Onye na-ama ihe bụ Commissioner. Onye na-ama ihe bụ Information. I'm actually putting this out, because it calls for deep thinking. Ihe a bụ a reflection otu gọọmenti si wee dị. In case ọ bụ na, sorry, ịnọ ebe a n'ụwa na-eche, how do I evaluate the government of Soludo? Biko, ị nidiro ijebe Kafanchan, ị nidiro ije Kotuto ọnwa. What we are witnessing this morning bụ simple evaluation. Ihe Soludo bụ, ihe gọọmenti ya bụ. So ihe a Commissioner for Information Soludo, right? And the man hasn't been able to come back to disseminate information to concerned Anambarians and ndị Igbo in entirety. Ihe eji ekwu ndị Igbo in entirety is that states anyị eburu ibu like that. States anyị abụrụ California, ọ bụghị Florida, nke o ji abụ Texas. Steeti anyị dị n'ọbụ aka mmadụ, like literally. That means ihe ọbụla mee imi ga-eme ọnụ ga-emetụta anya. Onye nwa ka everybody bụ onye Igbo ji adị concerned because na-imi n'anya n'ọnụ, right? So, Commissioner for Information cannot disseminate information. Commissioner for Information cannot set up the most basic. In fact, these days, from okwu anyị na-ekuzi na Twitter, ọ dịkwuzi ka every Tom, Dick and Harry na-abịakwuzi Twitter can do things. In fact, nwa amụọfụ na-eme amụpụta ya ozigbo n'ụtụtụ banye mgbede onwego Facebook account na-akọnetị ụmụaka ibia na-asị ha na ka ebe ihe na-eme today. Mana Commissioner for Information, a whole state. In fact, ihe abụghị just a state. Anambra abụghị obere obodo. Right? So, Commissioner for Information, ọ bụ na Anambra dị na America, Anambra ga-abụ California. Ọ bụ na Anambra dị na United Kingdom, Anambra would either be London or Manchester or Birmingham. Ọ bụ na Anambra dị na Europe, Anambra ga-abụ either Germany or France. Ọ bụ na Anambra dị na Asia, Anambra ga-abụ either China or India. So, are you telling me that such critical state in the life of a nation, where Commissioner for Information that cannot come on Twitter, like literally, to come and talk to people? And Commissioner for Information abụọkwa na nwa Chinemelu kpọtara ya yesterday or this morning si abịa na ya chọọ ka ya na ụmụ Igbo kwuo okwu, right? Ọma ihe a ebie poster disseminate here the information. Ọfụ ya na-ebi poster, picture ya dị na that poster with afia. He cannot come and talk to us. Unu afọ na otega aka mmiri baa n'obi ụgbọ mmiri. Unu afọ na anyọ na nsogbu. Biko, correct me if I'm wrong. Do we really need to start dissecting Ababio or PNO Keke before I aghọta na nnukwu nsogbu dị? Ihe a bụ gọọmenti, ihe a bụ gọọmenti, ihe abụọkwa vigilante, ihe abụọkwa Commissioner for Information vigilante, ihe abụọkwa Commissioner for Information ọgbakọ ọgbakọ young boys na n'Ogidi. Ihe a Commissioner for Information Anambra State information cannot come on arguably the most important platform today in the world. It is extremely troubling or extremely disheartening. Because sitting here since, that's just what I kept asking myself. Nah, ebe ọ bụ na Commissioner for Information abịa nwere ebe abịa gwa anyị okwu ụmụnna na ụmụnne. Biko ke ka ha ga-esi wee deal with security. Gent, what you've just said here, Gent Hunter, I don't want to downplay what you've just said, but let us be as clear as we can. What you've just said here, but the most basic approach to incidents. In fact, the most basic. Onye ọbụla na-adịghị involved na anything nọ n'ụwa, right? Mmadụ na ihe mee, the first thing you do is gịnị? Nye m map, enye gị map. Nye m maka na pen, o nye m pin. Ka ebe o bido na mgbago, ịmaki ya mgbago. Ka ebe ọzọ, ọ na mgbada, ịmaki ya na mgbada. Ma ọ kụọ na-agba. In fact, nwa Chinemelu, unu nwa nọ na medicine. Asị gị na ihe mee mmadụ, ma ị mara ebe ihe mee ya, ị ga-ebute arụ onye ahụ. Bido mmadobi ya ihe, nọ ebe a, na ebe a, na ebe ọzọ. Jee mee MRI, jee mee nke anụnwa, weta this vital, check these vitals. These are very basic things, as in extremely basic. Anybody ma, let alone ndị na-arụ one of the most complicated and interesting area n'ala Igbo. Unu afụrụ na nsogbu dị. Like you said, nwa Chinemelu, bikonu, onye agwa ya gwa nwanne ya, onye ọbụla afọ ebe Soludo na-aga, tibeli ya ijebego, na-enyi icheki isi onye ahụ icheki. Because his commissioner for information cannot informate. The most basic thing to do, just come out and talk to people. Not rocket science. Just why he may go. You came to this job with your resume. Say your resume that nigga kwanko. That's in fact, nihi na maybe na ke mebe wa. And we gave you the job. Ibido kobala ya koko. Like, are you listening to this story? It sounds as if the government is Soludo, according to his commissioner for information. If you interpret his commissioner for information or transit, or the government ya kanachi bata n'ọchịchị na 2025. Biko gwanum, kanachi bata n'ọchịchị na 2025. Ka ha nọ n'ọchịchị for the last 3 years. Maybe I just came back from Mars. Maybe Elon Musk je Mars. Maybe I just came back. Biko nda ọha nwa na-achị bata n'ọchịchị 2025 ka ọha nwa nọ n'ọchịchị. Ị na-agwa anyị ịga. Like, seriously? Whether ma ha nọ na anonymous o, ma some people are not here on their behalf o. Now, biko, no need to be ashamed of yourself, so. In fact, you need to be ashamed of yourself on so many fronts. In fact, you need to be ashamed of yourself na ibu nwoke. Ịmakwa ihe a na-akpọ nwoke na ala Igbo. Because asị unu ọkwa ekpute okpu mmemme kịta, unu asị unu okpu mmemme ka mkpunye n'isi. Unu ji bụrụ nke a bụrụ nke ọzọ. Nwa Chinemelu na your post okpu mmemme ka Commissioner of Information ukpu. Do you know what it takes to be a man? It has gotten to that basic. In fact, it has gotten to the level that we start questioning everything about you. Maybe that would juggle your brain and just got you to start thinking. The class prefect na primary 2 secondary school na ọrụ akpụ. Ihe ndị achedi na ha na-alụ. Because it seems as if Nanda Channel maybe the here happen na community secondary school na bia choose Jagun Kuno bro prefect. No, this is serious. Yeah, serious business. Let's take economy out of it. Let's talk about lives. Ndụ mmadụ ka a nwụrụ nwunye unu n'aka. Unu ewele ya na-egwu egwu. Abịa ebe a na-akọ ihe na-agbakabarụ. Ịnọ n'ọchị for the past 3 years. Bịa ebe a na-akọla anyị ihe ka ga-eme. As if Kinachi bata n'ọchịchị in 2025. Doesn't even make sense to the most, in fact, the dumbest person on planet Earth. I don't even know how best to rant. I wish Nanga put this man one-on-one. No, I'm a commissioner for information. I'm ordinary, the most basic platform every organization today. In fact, let me tell you something, right? In the context of strategy, Twitter, abanyego na to-do list. Every organization no work it. And we have a to-do list. We will be a strategic meeting in the morning. I say, care direction. What direction are we headed? Now this company. Can you have the vision? What is our mission statement? Twitter, being present on Twitter, was in a top 5. Mission statement, almost every organization. Because Twitter now seems to be the most important platform. In our current time, I am here Kagemechi. Mana Commissioner for Information, Anambra State, not come on Twitter. That needs to, in fact, that calls for a serious rethinking. Opposite security. Like, so, Kezeka Hagesi, what security? Doctor Naka will be issue. Iburu malaria and typhoid name. Then only with their cancer, Kezi again. This is just what I've been thinking, my brothers and sisters. In fact, I don't even know how to express my level of shock and disappointment. But Kaina Ganubi, Kajinaka, watching a melody over to you.
All right, Wanda, thank you so much. I believe na ndani akuku no here, and I believe they are hearing, how we are emotionally expressing distance. Ka amala na obro se egwuregwu. Mụ ekwugia, ọ bụrụ na achọrọ na akpụ ya afa. Mụ ya na akpụ ya afa. Ebe ọ bụrụ na ofu solu. Unu adịghị na-asị ya na ojebego. Nwere ebe ọ bụ na ọ na-eje. Go on 18 ijebego anyị nwee ike sef ụmụaka abịa buru before that time. So kedebe ya just wonder where for ebe nwa na-eje. If only dị bụ ekwesị ime ife a na-eme onye mgbu. If need ime soludo ekwesị ime ife a na-eme onye mgbu. Because you can't be collecting billions in 3 years as security vote. In Agua, okay, you are going to launch after 3 years. Operation Udogade. Nega amount na amount to CCTV upon ka onye obuna onye na alụ no keta na enwe CCTV na bia. Onwe ife dizi na CCTV mount camera bikon. Onye obuna na amount lo nwe CCTV no ebe na watch if I name. How is that a big deal for government? So Badria. Ezobi, Amaram, if you are ready to speak now. Ezobi.
Watching a mel, good morning.
Yeah, I'm if you've got morning.
Na last part of Ian Chori Kuka is a sequel metugoraka. And ebe ọzọ m na-emetụkwa aka na abụ na oke na ọchịcha na ngwere niile afụghị ya na ọdụgo obvious. Commissioner for Information, onye aka na active service, ihe niile o ji ọnụ ya kwuo ebe a taa o nweghị nke o kwuru under duress. And anyị na-afụta Commissioner of Information as the mouthpiece of the government of the day. Ọ bụ ya ka ọ na ọ bụ ya today nwa obere oge ọ nọrọ ebe a before ọgba ọsọ because ọsọ ka m chọrọ ikwu na ọgbara onweghị ihe dịka netwọk asị netwọk asị because ebiri poster here 1 hour later anyị na-aga 2 hours now ọ pụtabeghị from ọsọ gbara ọsọ anyị nọ netwọk ọsọ ya bụrụ netwọk ọsọ ya bụ na o nwere emergency engagement as far as I'm concerned today ọsọ ka ọ gbara after ka o make go that statement o mekiri mana anyị chekwa nọ nke onye nke National Publicity Secretary kwuru mbọsị anyị che nọ ama ha ama kọmishọna emekikwa the same statement so ihe ọbụbụ na ihe a bụ the body language of the government of the day ha agbụrụgo onwe ha from insecurity na apportion blame ihe a na-ekwezi anyị nkwa bụ na aga na-aga ọchịdebere anyị etiri anyị CCTV ada afụ anya enwere ike ọ bụ nke ya bụ invisible ka afa UV plane asị na-adị invisible ọ dị ka ụdị CCTV a ka eyi etiri anyị na ugwu nwa anọsi ike nke ada afụ anya ọ ya bụ ebe ụmụazị a na-eji ebu mmadụ ebe CCTV nọ sọsọ mwute nwere tata bụ na nwoke a anọghị ebe a ka onye ọbụla jụọ ya Commissioner for Information Anambra State Dr. Mefor anọghị ebe a ruo kịta ka onye ọbụla jụọ ya ajụjụ mụnwa ajụjụ na-atọ ka m depụtara na mma jụ ya ọ nọghị ebe a ka anyị ga-eji wee jụ ya but biko nwa Chinemere o nwere ihe ọzọ nchetara nsị ka anyị butekwa ebe a gbasara nwanne anyị nwoke dị asọ gbasara his ordeal mụ na dị asọ kwuru sometime mụ na ya kwuru ọ dị ka ọ n'ụtụtụ a ka mụ na ya kwuru njụọ ya follow up ihe ekwere anyị na nkwa ihe nghọtara achọghị m ikwu ihe ọgwa ama exactly but ihe aka na-ekwu bụ na aga bụ ihe aka na-ekwu aga bụ ihe aka na-ekwu a ga-eme bụ ihe aka na-ekwu biko ọ bụrụ na o nwere ka ihe esi menwe escalate ihe a ka ọ gaa na desk ọ bụrụ Commissioner for Justice Anambra State ka ezide afa nwaanyị Commissioner of Justice Anambra State
Well, the thing but Namunga Chelo na the commissioner joined line as space Ghana because I wanted to bring up that case and possibly alert Desot to join us. To just give him kind of an insight. Mana if we're going to go see wega, I want a commissioner for information but also because that's what I would say at this point. In over 2 hours, connection yang with problem. So I want to also na the commissioner for justice kiche ya abiano. Ebe bụ na onye ọ bụ ọlụ.
Ọ bụrụ nke a obodo nwa Chinemere obodo in the part of Abia at least etu a kịta anyị nọ with ihe niile dị asọ gwara anyị ihe niile anyị nọrọ n'akụkọ dị asọ Rabiu nwa anwa apụta n'aka ndị a nsogbu ga-adị nke a dị sure
Well, in a
because ọ
Rabiu
gwara
pụta
anyị
edition na Rabiu ka nọ dị a.
ka anyị wee n'ọnọdụ ya ka nka mmadụ gara ikwu ihe ọma ha ka anyị wee n'ọnọdụ ya ọ ya ka m ji si ọ bụrụ na a ga-escalate nwe ihe a ka o ruo na ntị Commissioner for Justice at least ka ejiri dia judiciary wee make sure na ka jidere na boy ka ọ ka nọrụgo n'ebe ahụ tupu ndị agaghị eji mechaa ihe niile a ga-eme ka e wee mee like ekwugo na hotspot enweghị kịta bụ that side Ọka North room side Amansi ahụ this prime suspect a na-achọ bụ ebe ahụ ka ọ na-eme operate ebelieve m na apịada agaghị aka na mkpụrụ ama ọfụma ị ga-enweta ezigbo ihe na ọ bụrụ na ndị na-achị anyị dị serious na ihe a chọrọ ime biko amaghị m ka e esi mee ya bụ okwu eme because dị asọ nwanne anyị nwoke jee n'ọnụ ọnwụ pụta ọ bụghị obere ihe and ọ na-akọwa na his uncle na-enweta death threat n'ebe ọ nọ n'ugwu nke mere na ha apụgodo ebe ha nọ sef excuse me ọ bụrụ na nke a bụ ihe anyị menwe dị asọ at least afụrụ m aba m kịta na-afụ email the commissioner asendigoro m ya dị asọ ọ bụrụ na ị ga-asendịrị ya email ọ bụrụ kwa ụtụtụ ị na-asendịrị ya email ka a mara ma onwe nke a ya respond to ofu ụbọchị
Ezobi, let me shock
at
you.
least.
Ezobi, let me shock you.
Yes.
Let me shock you. Last week, in fact, first week of January, around 2nd or 1st, can send disinformation about their so to Commissioner for Information. We're send their number there, so we send their number there, so so the number there, so and those the information. I will go me everything. Ewepụtara m the thing na the group ebe anyị channel ma Soludo ma ya top Igbo men ịma nọ na Nigeria ha nọchara ebe ahụ. I raised this issue. A lot of people made contribution. Soludo for ya ọ nọ na that group. So fafuchago nya bụ ife mana enwelu nke na-akafa mkpa. There are some things that are more important to them. You got to go. Nke bụ eziokwu bụ na a lot of people believe strongly na this insecurity no is a deliberate action from Soludo. It's a deliberate action. This is what a lot of people believe. Maka na ị na-anya ihe niile a na-eme na Anambra State enwebeghị eshi apụtara sị na gọvanọ mere arrest a very top prime suspect. Ya onye a na-enyo enyo a na-achọ achọ enwere a lot of top suspects nọgasị enwesịrị their name. Asị no na-emegide no with this technology dị now. We have not heard that we go a top criminal gang leader ejidegoro under Soludo. It's somehow now with ihe niile a na-emenu. It somehow it doesn't make sense. At least one, because in weta ha onye isi anwa nwere ana ka esi nwetara ana that gang leader. You get discalate find a lot of them, they will disappear. And I mean no ihe niile a na-eme na Anambra State enwebeghị any news asị a very popular notorious gang leader whatever in Anambra State arrest. So if that na ihe our priority. Send go number ya kpọọ da so send go me to Commissioner for Information. Confirm. So we belong to a group where he is there, the governor is there, all deputy governor is there. If all of them are there, that so I sent that information to that group, brought attention to that incident. So Rapo Commissioner Amago about it. He personally asked me to send the information to him. So I did. So Kedify messing with that information. You know, that now he has escalated it to the people who are supposed to. That is what I'm talking about, because I need all these things. Or they can when these citizens we are doing something, we are making contribution. My problem at the end of the day, who are those who are supposed to take this decision? Where are they? What are they doing? I know. So I think I'm just add that to that. So call able in at home of nature. Kagesiwe Buziganya Buz is Gagam sense. Kembe.
Nwa Chinemelu, ọ bụghị ntị m aka ntị ndị ọzọ na sọsọ ofu ihe inwedewe n'ihe a uche kwu kịta bụ na anyị tọrọ atọ anyị ọ bụrụ spidi si ọ tọkịrịla anyị tọkịrịrị atọkịrị anyị tọrọ atọ m na-ekwu ya onwe mgbe mụ na ofu anụ ọhịa na-eme back and forth na dis Twitter si ya na agbago m ọsọ na Anambra 2 times ahụize na moto m bụbu a VC cylinder ka ọ bụ ọsị m na m na-eme ọsị m na kidnap mmadụ na mbịa ka je chụọ onye ahụ first ọsọ achụrụ m bụ na ebe St. John Hospital adị na ụzọ Agụlụzọ Igbo ịma isi ọka na-aba ka m na-anabe m nsị ka nsi n'ụzọ ụzọ na nka ka nsi ebe ada wigepụta Igbo ukwu that ụzọ St. John Hospital adị n'ụzọ Agụlụzọ Igbo that stress achụrụ m ọsọ ebe ahụ nyegido moto ọkụ nsị moto ahụ unu bụ akara nke m na ụlọ agaghị achụgido m nke ahụ the first one. The second one bụ ụzọ unu bi ofu ihe ahụ enyegodo moto ọkụ nyegodo moto ọkụ ruo na army checkpoint ahụ dị na after army ebe ahụ ka m rụziri bụ ịgbakpọ wee gwa ha nekwa ihe na-eme ọ maka ndị na-asị na insecurity dị exaggerated onye ọbụla kwu datin nkịta racha onye aha ọnya onye ọbụla sị na insecurity dị exaggerated like Uche rightly said now ihe a bụ a deliberate act. Facts and figures from Anambra State Government website na-egosi ya security vote 2022 9 billion prof spend there 14% n'ime ya anyị amaghị ego ne 14% ya bụ but ya bụrụ 2023 13 billion prof spend there 0% zero anya monkey zero 2024 17 billion prof spend there 0%. ndị na-arụ na gọọmenti biko anyị na-ayọzi prof biko ha kwụsị aga ya gosi anyị ọrụ ofu ọnụ anyị ji ekwukwa ya ebe a ihe chenji anyị ejikwa ofu ọnụ ahụ na-ekwukwa ya na ihe echenjigo ọ dịrị Anambra mma ọ ya adịrị anyị niile mma Anambra do safe and secure ọ uru anyị niile ka ọ bụ prof na-aga na moto kedi ya sef na-etokarị nke Tinubu ọ bụrụ na ụlọ ama ha anyị nwa bi na Anambra anyị na-afụ ya prof na-aga amị na-agwụ na barak pụta na-asị anyị mmadụ a na-asị ụmụ onye njụrụ ka the security measures gọọmenti na-eput to safeguard helpless citizens but ndị na-achị anyị na-aga ha na-ebu more than 20 helos filled with military every security outfit ịma na-adọ na ya so ofu onye ka a na-eso ikwuo na ihe mere ebe a sị gị na-asị nọ kampen ihe niile a na-ekwu kịta na-agosiziri na anyị o ruole na level anyị na-etizi mkpu anyị a na-ayọ biko nwa Chinemelu ekenere ngo na nke dị ukwuu ọ dịghị izu ịchịkọta ndị mmadụ biko kọmishọna ọ bụrụ ọsọ ka ọ gbara anyị achụọ ịchịta ọ ya abịakwa ebe ọzọ ka ọ bịa gwa anyị covert operation nwana ha na-eme because ọ sị na CCTV anyị nọ classified information ka ọ bụ biko ọ bụrụ ọsọ ka ọ gbara ọ bụrụ na netwọk ọsọ ya bụ mitin ụmụnna ka ọ hapụziri anyị ebe a jewe taa ama m na ihe agba dị mbọ ama m na ihe emere anyị ya anyị chọọ ka ọ bịakwa ebe a mbọsị ọzọ ama m na taa nke taa agago obere oge ọ nọ na ABS anyị chọrọ ka ọ nọrọ ebe a taa anyị chọrọ mbọsị ọzọ ọ ya abịakwa ebe a ka ha kọwakenere anyị ihe na-emenụ na ihe mere na sekuriti Anambra steeti nyere prof omume na ọ nyere ya ọ mmadụ sị na ha na-ekwu okwu ka ya sị na ha na-eme kampen ọkwa ndị jide mma for 3 years a na-ekwu okwu ka ya sị na ha na-ayọ ndị mmadụ vootu ọ bụghị ọnụ m ka nke ọnụ ndị na-ebe a mma mana machi na-emelu biko anyị ekwugo ihe a anyị na-eme expect na ọ bụ na ọsọ ka dọkịta gbara dọkịta Mefor gbara taa ọ gbacha ọ ka ya abịachi atakwa ebe a ka anyị na ya akpabeghị nkata ihe anyị kwesịrị ịkpa introdọkshọn ka ọ ka na-eme wee pisi onye ọbụla ọf wit ihe ọ na-akọ iri gbọtụ nke ahụ bụrụ ihe gara aga anyị na-eti ya maka mbọsị ọzọ biko anyị ka ndị ọzọ tịkwa ọnụ n'okwu a.
All right. Messi, I will go back to him. I will call him possibly Kamalom. Whether he will join us on one other space today, beginning Fridays. Tuesday morning, I was in one other space Tuesday, then the longer one on Saturday, whole day. So I will reach out to him, Kamalo, if he can join us on Tuesday. If not, Imazan was Saturday. Koga join because I really need to engage him, not just him telling us what's government in our plan. I need to really engage him so that we can hear him. So I will reach out to him. Open Ozam then. Just know that he would. I will schedule the space immediately. Obviously, Nozara, then we can move on with the rest of the conversation on if it was selling security and investment. Can I move over the mic? I will go to Charlie, then Grandmaster. Because opening on a mic and you want to speak, because when you lie, I can. If not, I might have to take you down. Can we go to Charlie Pope? Charlie,
Yeah. Nwa Chinemere Ndewo, Akenenwongo, Eze Chikwelu, Ndewo, na obi gbawara m agbawa. Anyị kwuo n'okwu a, ọdụka okwu ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme na August meeting, and it's just unfortunate. O nwere okwu anyị na-ekwu yesterday na-ekwu ife niile na-amị n'ala Igbo ịkwụsị and stop the killing all government. And I'm happy na ife a meru today have validated some of those conversations. Flavor could, if it is a hit, Akanya there. And I keep telling people, whatever name in Igbo, mostly Anambra, Aka government there. And that is just the honest, basic truth. Do you know why I love listening to P2B? He keeps making things sound very, very, very easy because there are processes to life. Oh, bidi, 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 bidi. These guys, I don't even need him to come here to tell you the body language of any government. Ane Ikwanaju, what is the primary responsibility of any government? What is the primary responsibility? And we all know the answer. And I get a step further. What is the second primary responsibility of any other government? It is what? It is communication. But apparently, the hunter has become the hunted. People who have given people jobs feel that they don't owe people explanation. And I ain't trying to raw rubber. I ain't trying to report to in a raw salary. You give, what they call feedback. You give update ni fi na-eme. Mmadụ bịara ebe ọ gwabụ ha nye ife ọ na-eme. Ọ na-agwa anyị ife ha ya eme. And it's so disappointing. This is where this happening. This is disrespectful. This is how they disrespect people. This is how they do not value people. These numbskulls I na-akpọ whatever names I na-akpọ ha. Gas spaces I na-asị onye honorable. I don't even call them because there's nothing so honorable about these people. Genuine. Okwasa 2024, one track in the name, I seen trillions of naira na Igbo. If you plug a lot in a Anambra Apple, you can do the math. Igasaba Expressway today. Expressway Benin supposedly expressway. What turn on to residence places because motor agaziaga. Even in the Banyaga and about for safe heavens. And I do a better. First thing in solving a problem is to understand the size of the problem. And a lot of these people are in anywhere. They don't even. I want to ask what is even the size of the insecurity in Anambra? You need to let us know. You're not going to hotbed, 8 places. I mean, those are trash. Those are not conversations. And a lot of us have actually, enabled these people to be stupid in their fully. We have enabled them because and they know they are not accountable to us because they know they are not really accountable to us. Somebody has spent only 8 or 9 months in Enugu. In Enugu Adana J. Abia State Adana. So what is impossible? These are miscreants. Onatana Akwana no 24/17 how many billion? As everybody I need chairman in Nigeria, no to Nigeria. On your with IGP of police, where nepe menye na chomi fe na ebe n'obodo. Obodo ya that J. People have done it. These are not impossible tasks. But it's obvious they are not ready to save lives. They're not ready to make people feel safe. And I want them more to safety. On a bit good from the head. No matter how this thing, or you good from the head, or begin say na ebe not to safe. Before you begin to even experience the physical one. But he was quick to say no foreigners now. You see this kind of people in a way as this thing. It's when you okay, into be so neighbor. And I'm aware if they are not serious people, there is nothing like how big security. Oh, all tribe Kurumbo, and then mother now say, but I say they don't do anything because they know nobody's gonna hold them accountable. Million, thank you for bringing him. And you guys have heard it from them because someone I had some people will come here to say, hey, how try equal. Some people are being stop. Look, we've seen somebody spill out some Don's way of expressing. Nandebe and Adwe, Nanefe Nenyanyi, so what have you guys done? Obiana equal if I had to ime. I thought ụmụ mmadụ nne nwa nna na nwoke ọkụkọ a jiri ha na-akpọ ego na-eti ego nwoke nke enyi nwoke sendịrị m ahapụzie ndị mmadụ kịta all reverend sisters anima at least the Igbo people I'm ife do very very endear to us, which is that Catholic Anglican kind of setting, but the land has been desecrated now. I can imagine what those women are going through with these charlatans wherever. And the Minister of Information, Biana Agwanyi, to install a CCTV camera is a classified information. Who are these people? And on Napoha doctor, I'm beginning to even question the professor certification of that child salute. If in Apunobodo, he's claiming he doesn't have money, he cannot generate money. And what is the first step in securing investment into your state? And I think on watching I don't know who sent a tweet, and people are getting erection everywhere. Na koyeri fa na koyeri. In 10 billion, ya Anambra jeti na cock as if na them mother mo ifa na eku. This is the most foolish statement I've had in 2025. It's a classified information. My brothers and sisters, it is funny. And because I bear by now try to show her respect. I might be a lone voice, but I don't have regard for these people because they don't regard human lives. Look at what private citizens are doing. Look at each and every one of us sitting on this place today as private citizens, worried, troubled. And then that here, our life, after God. Because after God, the government, I get our lives, our whole being, for them to give us safety. And an information minister, someone who will feel is the mouthpiece of the government. You don't know about doctor. Who the hell is he? Doctor. But then 1 or 2, 3 or 4 Nanya brew the whole battalion from Kanu and Sokoto Nanya as escort. That's insecurity. People are exaggerating insecurity. Oh God. Oh God. Anime Kutoku, but I don't want to get emotional hearing the tune of a commissioner to sound like this with the lives of people being endangered every day, cutting short every day. And the best strategy on Abia will Operation Udogache. Do Chibonya Be. Watching a melody, I just need to drop this one because it's really, really annoying. And I know that by now, pump your signal network. If I were to be you standing with me, if short, Kana Ganihu, my brothers and sisters, let's go back to prayer. But you and I know that prayer will not solve this problem. So there's no point deceiving ourselves. Prayer will not solve this problem. It is to hold people accountable, call them out, and charge them to do the needful. They never said the number one responsibility of government is investment. Nobody said so. No $1 trillion is what a soul. And that's what most of these same crimes have been able to put in check. It is human first before any other thing. And if these guys are not, driving safety as serious business, then I don't know what they should be doing there. Good morning, Sasamas.
All right, and Wanda, thank you so much for your submission. Fondo Nambarano, next week, the whole security architecture, Ghana na be Zenko, makana Zenko na akwa mamea next week.
Watching available next week or this weekend.
Uh, About next week now. Oh, next
I
week.
mean, yeah.
Oh, next week. Oh, next week.
Let them know this weekend. Let them know this weekend.
Get it?
Our weekend
Oh, am I not tata then?
because
Hey,
Ota ka o
oh
kwesịrị ịbụ.
tata.
Ota ka o kwesịrị ịbụ taa tent.
So,
police agwana na station, ndị amị agwana na barak. Where's the only for?
so as you are like this in Anambra State, akakpala ụmụaka akpala aka ha ebe ka suya. Maka na nwere police ye pick call, nwere army ye pick. Nobody. Everybody na na-eche Zenko and the friends. And of course, he have governor no ye jebe asa ebe eze. You will see him there. Video putana he have no je there. Ojili rice. Former governor Enugu State bụ Ogbono ka ọ na-like ịlacha ofe Ogbono. Nke Anambra State bụ rice, ọ na-like jollof rice, ọ na-like ya ebinye jollof rice otu a with anụ ọkọ na plantain, or if ọ na-like ilinu. I don't know why God ji punishes from state to state. Punish Abia State for 24 years before Alex Oti bata. Punish la Abia. That name nwe one time governor na-enye ụmụ nwaanyị ọbụla mụrụ nwa 500. Loalafa table as a flyover, as an achievement. Governor Obudet Alpha, Mr. Biggs, as an investment at the state after 24 years. Sullivan Chime moved the Enugu State forward. Buruburu Bata, Buchianya backwards. Honor do honor. Even before Chimaroka Abia. Ebo Buna na-eme ikupute nwa honor dia. Obiola alacha ofo Ogbono. Ibinye olachasi one etesi ama na white mana phone. God weapon. God we just punish Anambra we nyekwazi onye bụ so rice. Jollof rice kasoludo na-eri. Jollof. Ibinyere anya with fried plantain na chicken. Onwezi ife ọbụla a na-akọ. Osighi na nkwụ enu from ebe nwa na ya ebute ụkwa from that is nni ka ọ dị after. Nni. Ihe afia na Bezenko. Nwere ike even today. Ụmụaka kpara gị aka na Anambra State today nke ga-agago. For this weekend niile because Anambra Airport and Asaba Airport they busy. They busy. They are securing that axis till whenever Bezenko. So the whole of the rest of Anambra State, you're on your own. It sounds like a joke, but not reality on ground. And there is nothing you can do about it. So that's him not can no. Omo ebe na plan, obo na ebe akita, na eme ofuma. Ekwu honya ndị chọrọ ịtagbu na timeline, chọrọ ịtagbu na the market Anambra. Nsogbu adịrọ. Some of us were business there, and we know what we are seeing. Ọka aga obi n'ibute gị ike anyị na ebe nọ. Buru eji asụ na Anambra. Ụmụaka buru gị agwa. If I ga charge gị akala sef ego make you go in your entire life. Ka agwa gị je weta. Ebe ka esi bute ụdị ego a? Ebe ka esi bute ya? Okay, Mr. Government has to provide us with information. And agwa gị na ebe ndị a nọ. Well, Commissioner Baloso, that's the only thing I can tell you people here because somewhere it's over 3 hours now. He left past almost 3 hours. Ojuwepo here. So on network, I believe that network will basically get it resolved by now. His connection. So for me, I will reach out to him. Can I join us Tuesday or Saturday? Obono join one other person that's supposed to join us, security expert. Because if I have to go Enugu State, Imo State, Abia State, Ebonyi State, Tiana Anambra State in Ekpele. Because that's the only thing people can do for us. Obuku na yokuzi those boys, obuku no kweba and then biko zia na yokuzi no biko. Because the thing had was funny. Onyom dem the helpless. Government actually meant that thing. Okay, and okay, that they so will bring it from Anambra Festival has confirmed that even governor they are aware. Commissioner for Information none at this space. They are aware. So Codonios Yiche, open at the Commissioner for Information, they are aware, Governor, they are aware. Onyezi, who else? Anambra State kita Kodeka, yeah, escalate the situation to. Meanwhile, the guy that joined us last week, the publicity secretary, Abga, or not done the timeline. He was insulting me. I saw his comment. I was expecting him to join this space, so I will call him out. But since I decided to just ignore. Ijena his page, Jenna, if we're born on his timeline. I saw it just about check it. I didn't want to engage him because I was expecting him to join this space today. So that I would engage him more. But then so bad. Let's move on. Kaije to Grandmaster. Grandmaster get him.
Odogo Ogidi, biko eji Chineke ayọ gị. Lapụla anyị madam ugwu anyị biko. Anyị ji Chineke ayọ gị yo. The only person mee na kọpụ ọgbọnọ na kọpụ egusi ree na price na Enugu State. The man iti iji ofe ọgbọnọ na ofe egusi n'ofu mmadụ na this state that time. In fact, if you go there these days, ị ga-afụ na the guy ka na-achọ ọgbọnọ oge ino. I think the last time ahụ this guy bịa ka ha na-akpọ this man Tinubu bịara Enugu State. The guy pull up, let's Harry on left, right, and center. But all the new corner I try have you couldn't happen you for Bono and we go for Bono beg. If there's anything we take that award that Enugu produced one of the worst governor that any state in this country has ever produced. And when I mean worst governor, I mean that wholeheartedly. You understand? I feel believe it. In fact, it's like somebody saw a slot. A slot. Him and Nana slot. Mayor governor. Ana m ajụ onwe m na ha echekwere ya eche but nsogbu adịrọ ya dịba ihe mere emego ugwu anyị my only anger is that na alụ niile ugwu anyị kpara n'Enugu steeti there are no consequences for alụ niile ọkpa from ana niile o zulu ana ndị mmadụ o mechara appropriate, you understand, to his nonchalant attitude towards governance and the way he left Enugu to rotten completely. Nobody today is holding that man accountable. And this is, honestly, this is why I cannot do politics. Because my politics are very vindictive. From beginning to end, before I buy anything in politics, I go make go in that politics. I make account. That money and your salary, I calculate here for the rest of that year's able governor and your allowances. That is the only thing you should have in your account. I will be too vindictive. I will not allow this people to go scot-free. That's the kind of person I am. Man, love he got scot-free. But it's okay. I cannot be a politician, so let me just leave that out of it. So, Odogo Gidi, let me just say this. I came with an open mind. And I came to listen to the, Commissioner for Information speak. I don't want to come and judge him. My vendetta is with Soludo because I believe that Soludo. In fact, I blocked Soludo in 2022. And ever since then, I never looked back. His demeanor, his persona, the way he acts, the way he talks, it's not befitting of a governor. In fact, it's not even befitting of a class prefect. He behaves too lowly for me. And I feel like this is not the kind of person I want to see on my timeline. He was one of the first people, prominently I blocked on this app. And I don't think, I will ever take that away or take that back. 2 years after, or more than 2 years after, I am more than justified because it seems I saw these things coming. Soludo is a mess. But anyway, the Commissioner for Information, I came to listen with an open heart. I knew that, the moment he said he's not a politician, something interesting was coming. But still, I decided to listen. I'm not going to come here to antagonize him, right? I'm not going to come here to speak down on him. I'm not going to come here to make, light of the initiatives he brought out, even though there were no original thoughts in the things he railed out. In fact, from what he said, it sounded more like a copy-paste of what Enugu is doing. I didn't see anything original or something that is unique to the security challenges that Anambra State is facing that he provided. He kept talking about cameras, command and control center, talking about, putting security officers at strategic places in Anambra State so that they can be dispatched and get to the, to the places things are happening in under 5 minutes. All these things are nice. Honestly, they are nice, right? And one thing I'm going to say is this. I'm the type of person that gives people the benefit of doubt. So I am not going to, say that whatever he has rolled out is this or that, is a lie or is just a fallacy or something. No. My only problem is that he did not tell us when to expect these things to come to fruition because he actually said that some of these things could have been launched prior to the Christmas celebration, but unfortunately, because of certain, legal, hurdles they had to, to jump, they had to postpone this thing. So I'm expecting that in the next 1 or 2 months, we should be able to see something concrete and tangible in terms of the things he's saying. The only thing I found funny is that he said they have a command and control center and he is hiding this information. Well, I wouldn't understand why you want to hide such an information, but Yadiba, let me just believe that that thing is existing, right? That these are proactive steps. The only place I will fault him is I expected to hear the reactive steps they are taking, and that was the question you said you wanted to ask him, Chief NjenjeMedia. Fortunately, it didn't come back up. What exactly are they doing to get those who are currently in those forests out? I didn't hear anything. You understand? I didn't hear anything. And that's the reactive part I was expecting. I was looking for. In fact, it was one of the questions I raised my hand and I wanted to ask him that question. Because the proactive parts are very interesting, but based on precedent in this country, I would take that with a pinch of salt until I see something being put in the ground. Maybe people in Anambra can actually tell us if they have seen maybe some things, some actions already taking place in Anambra in terms of the proactive measures he kept talking about. Maybe you guys probably must have been seeing cameras mounted some places in Anambra, strategic places in Anambra. I hope, right? But then, what exactly is the plan to tackle the issue right now? Because this is where the problem is. And if I'll refer us back to that audio that we listened to. The man said multitudes are still in the forest, right there where he was kept, and that every day they keep bringing more. So what are they doing to get us out? Those two sisters are still held. The House of Representative member, State House of Representative member, is still held. A lot of these people are still being held, and it shouldn't always be on just the people to keep on praying, running around helter skelter looking for money, to pay for the ransom, without the state government ever acknowledging that these people are actually held under his own nose. He needs to tell us exactly what they are going to do, right? But anyway, I've come to realize something, and this is one of the main reasons why I decided to speak. I will be very brief. I've come to realize that Soludo is a person who likes to pull the wool over the people's eyes. And how did I get to know this? I love that Uche touched on this. 4 people have repeated the same rhetoric. First it was Soludo, then it was the ABGA spokesperson, and then it was the Commissioner for Information, and then it was the other guy, I've forgotten his name, who was here when the Commissioner for Information left. They all hinted at the same thing, that the insecurity in Anambra is caused by somebody else and not from Anambrians. And this is where I wanted to ask him my question. Because I feel like these people are deliberately shooting themselves in the foot without actually even knowing this. Probably they think that they are talking to low intelligence individuals who cannot process information rapidly and actually decipher what is currently going on. Maybe there could be those they could do those with, not me. Now, the question I wanted to ask him if he were here is this. Sorry, somebody's mic is on. Should I go on?
Yeah, go on, one.
Yeah,
Go
yeah,
on.
carry on.
All right, Dalo. The question I wanted to ask him is this. Soludo said this. 3 other people have said this. If he knows that 70% of the people who are committing these crimes in Anambra are non-indigenous to Anambra, can he show us the people he has arrested so far? So we can ask them, we can know, and we can see the confession of these people where they admitted that they are not from Anambra. Can we know the number of people that have been arrested so far and how he arrived at the number 70%, right? That these people are foreigners or non-indigenous to Anambra. Because I want to believe that the Commissioner for Information, who he clearly admitted that Anambra State is suffering serious, insecurity problem, did not demonstrate or show us any evidence that there has been some, important arrests done in the past couple of months, or where these people are being held, I want to believe that he does not look at people, or he does not assume that those people will be coming from somewhere else without ever meeting those people or knowing who they are in the first place. Because that would be extremely disingenuous of Anambra State government. For you to draw such a data, you must have people to look towards to. He didn't mention those people. He didn't tell us how many people they have arrested. To the best of my understanding, when he spoke, he actually admitted that the situation is out of their control. So how can you draw such numbers or such statistic or data from a situation that is completely out of your control? So somebody is lying. I am sensing that this is a way to build sentiment and pander to the people of Anambra State and shift blame. And I hate buck passing. I hate buck passing so much because, like I said, whenever a project is failing and the team start looking for who made the project fail instead of looking for a solution or a way to fix the problem that is causing the project to fail, my brother Otito, that project, Abiotilo, that project is done. It is gone. You are not going to be able to solve salvation project anymore because blame have started. So I believe this is a psychological game that Soludo is playing with the people of Anambra, trying to make them believe that, oh, your problem is not from here. Your problem is coming from somewhere else. And then, in turn, pitch the people of Anambra, who are our fellow brothers and sisters, our fellow Igbos, against the rest of Nigerians, and especially Igbos. And Chifa Chinemel, if you think that what I'm saying is unfounded, I think you need to take a look at the timeline. As of now, something is brewing in the timeline, right? Something is brewing in the timeline. I don't want to bring it to the fore, but we have started tearing each other apart, okay? And it's getting very worrisome as I'm speaking right now. So me, who is a bona fide 042 boy, who is very much worried about the situation of Anambra, not only because I have ancestry from there, but because as a person who has human sympathy, I feel like Anambra does not deserve what is going through. And I'm genuinely interested in seeing that this situation is resolved as quickly as possible. So I'm amplifying my voice, criticizing those that need to be criticized and calling out those that need to be called out. I am now being told that I should mind my business. I can actually mind my business. You know that, right? I can actually mind my business. I can actually say, oh, to hell with that. Because, I mean, where I'm from, we might be going through our own insecurity problems. But I don't think it's as exacerbated as it is in Anambra. And simply for my own issue. So I want to say this. Those who are buying the rhetoric and the propaganda that the Soludo media team have started pushing in recent times should please understand that Soludo is playing a game with you. Soludo is playing a very dangerous game with you. And I pray that you guys do not fall for this. The problem is that Soludo is not doing what he's supposed to do. And the focus should be on getting Soludo to do what he's supposed to do. Your problem is not anybody else, but the government that has refused to do what they need to do. And I love how Uche said it. Uche said, I don't care who the criminal is. Get me the criminal. Simple. If they are Northerners, if they are Southwesterners, if they are South-Southerners, if they are our fellow Igbo brothers and sisters, I don't give a damn about none of those. I want you to get those people, period. Because I don't think that the person who is being kidnapped is more worried if the person is no, he will feel more comforted if he finds out the person that kidnapped him is from Anambra and the person is not from Ebonyi State or Enugu State or something like that. These are just delusional, nonsense that this will spew. Soludo is very strategic and tactical. And what you are looking at is a government that has failed. When a government is failing, they resort to rhetorics, lies, and when they cannot keep up the rhetorics, they resort to division. And that's exactly what you're witnessing. Another question I would have asked him is this. He said, oh, besides the insecurity, that Soludo has made giant strides in other areas of governance. I actually chuckled. Probably he doesn't live in Anambra, because I know that Anambra very well. In fact, I beat them multiple times I've been here, right? If this guy is coming here to tell us that Soludo is making, I think I need to get Anambra people to please come up and tell us exactly what is going on. Because I think this will have pulled the wool over your eyes for too long. But that said, let me end with this. Anambra people, I repeat, I reiterate, the goal is to get your state free of insecurity. Regardless of who it is that is supporting you, I think you need every single support you can get. If Ndubisi opens a space and talks about the insecurity in Anambra, it's not because Ndubisi does not have a job. I cannot focus on only his own home state of Imo. It's simply because he cares. If a grand walks into a space and said that whatever is going on in Anambra is a lot of bullshit and it needs to be corrected instantly, and calling those that need to be called out, it's not because I don't have better things to do in my life. It's simply because I understand that insecurity is a cancer. It's a freaking whack-a-mole. If you don't squash it completely, bro, that thing is gonna come back and it come back even stronger. So if they cement Anambra, the next place they might head to is Enugu, then Ebonyi. It will touch everybody. That is how insecurity operates. So it's not because that we have this, funny thing is that I find it weird that people who are speaking up for your state and praying that your state gets out of the quagmire it has found itself in, people look at them and tell them and assume that they want their state to fail. You see, this is the kind of silly, mentality that these people, espouse in that country. And it kind of pisses me off. So local way of thinking. Somebody is speaking out about what is going on. To you, we should simply keep it on a hush-hush. Bury our heads in the sand, play ostrich, and act as if we don't see the things that are going wrong. Simply because you want to make your state or your governor look good. Bro, you joke. You are a joker. Because if anything goes wrong in that state, it is going to affect every single part of Alibu, if not even the entirety of Nigeria. So we should not allow killers and kidnappers to get a foothold in that state. That is why people like us are screaming. And if you think that for a second you will silence people like me into saying, I'm not going to talk about Anambra again because Anna, bro, you they joke. They know born you well. You know rich. If he pay you, you block me for road. And I will humble you. Simple. I will raise my voice where I think it is needed and I will speak. So let us kill all this nonsense that the Soludo government has been bringing in, trying to divide the Igbo. We are called the Igbos for a reason. Oyang and Amanneya, that has always been the mantra. And we are not about to stop that mantra now. So Soludo and the team, if they are listening to me, I will simply advise you, listen to the yearnings and the cries of your people. They have cried enough. The timeline as it is today is saturated with narrative and experience of people that travel to Anambra this December and what they experienced. I think even one single story is one too much. I think you should stop dividing your people. I think you should stop lying to your people. I think it's actually high time you started doing what you are elected to do. And if you feel like you cannot do it, it is time you say that you are incapable of it and give it up. I know this election year, campaign is being ramped up gradually, right? Soludo is vying for a second tenure. You understand? And then all this nonsense, will be turned into campaign. You are playing, politics with insecurity. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that in the midst of all these things are people, ordinary people like you and I, who may not be able to defend themselves from what is coming to them. They are the ones who are caught in the crossfire. So please, listen to your people and please stop the divisive rhetorics. And this goes to every single person who has been pushing this nonsense in the timeline. Thank you very much for watching. I bet I cool down, Joe. Thank you.
All right, one day. The
Grant, what Biko, let me jump in just 2 minutes, then you go. Grant, anybody, Biko, let us be as clear as we can. Anybody that comes na timeline, say, happy Anambra State, happy Enugu State, happy Imo State, state big. Now the person who I don't usually do this, but the person be one of the daftest human being, right? Living on face of earth. So either now the person is being clearly ultra stupid, or the person has just been paid to be an idiot, right? Two things. I will not be far from the truth if I say that Soludo has clearly adopted the APC strategy na Lagos to win this election. I stand to be corrected. Two things. Agboro na-anọbu n'Ọnịcha since ụwa. Since the 80s, agboro na-anọ n'Ọnịcha. 90s, agboro na-anọ n'Ọnịcha. Right? Mana agboro nọ n'Ọnịcha nke a Soludo bata dịzi iche. from agbụrụ anyị mabụ n'ala Igbo. How come all of a sudden we institutionalized the concept of agbụrụ n'ala Igbo, na Anambra State, the gateway to an Igbo? One. Secondly, these division rhetorics to win an election. Does it even make sense? Like, literally, does it even make sense? Okay, Mother Sege, oh, Ebola from a certain or a southwestern state, get a baboon. That is understandable, not a problem. But only Igbo, Sege wabo only Igbo. Na ihe na-eme na Anambra State agbasa hogi. Then the person, in fact, I feel my adjective even get to qualify the person, like literally. So that is in fact, I'm stupidity they can on a ad or they on a mobile by the second, but me astray the activities of this government, right? But I want to put something in context, and that's something that should worry everybody. It should worry us. Oh, when you the basic structure, the strongest foundation for progress in a society, education, right? And then I anchor that education na Igbo since so right? Post-colonial and Igbo, bo church, Catholic Church, right? Peter Obi took Anambra from 26 to number 1 in education because now all hand the church, all hand the school back to the church. Send the church, you know what? Do your thing. And it's because there's something that comes with that. Discipline. And any society never have discipline. Na kanai. Right? Nda anụnwa gbaga ya aka na that place by kidnap Reverend sisters na Reverend Father. So, businessmen, investors, Diego, Ebidogo, disappear back, na the system because of insecurity. Then, the non-quantifiable element, but education, ndị na-enye anyị ya, the quality one, but the church, ka akpaba aka. Now, there's nothing left in our fabrics. We are gone. All you mean. So, I just need to put that in context. Let's start thinking about it. Oh, ikineche. Oh, ngwanka hapozena. Because I want to have from ham and boom. No, I want to have for hogi. Nebu, the infrastructure, the main infrastructure on ground. Bundi ne deliver education to us. That's another serious problem. Manakonye budi CSO. On our like iri rice na tano okuko. How do we even explain this to Obelengwa? How do you explain this to Obelengwa? So let us also look at that from that angle. Ebo bona baba gondi Reverend sisters nandi Reverend Fathers aka. In addition to education but health, maybe let's assume that Naya Maro how these things work. Peter Obi's action points us in the direction of things. When he goes to hospitals, to nursing training institutes, ọ na-enye ego, ọ sị gị, nọọ ndị sista nọ ebe ahụ ka ya na-ahafe nke a. Ya jikwa wee kene ndị sista nọ ebe ahụ. So when you look at the pictures, you feel that na the key actors na the whole scheme bụ sisters. Ọ ha nwa na-ama n'ụlọ ọgwụ. Ọ ha nwa na-etrain ndị na-abịa abịa. Na nursing institute ọ ha nwa na-etrain ha. Ọ ha nwa na-asọpọtụ healthcare. Ibu ndị sisters. Ịchụsịa ndị sisters na ana Igbo. Chụsịa ndị sisters na ana Igbo. Iluzugo source of quality education. Iluzugo source of quality healthcare. They will go to somewhere. Onweghị ebe amapado si n'ọsọsọ ebe a ka unu ga-anọ. If a business cannot thrive in a place, and when we say a business, right, everything is not buying and selling. If an operation, an institution cannot thrive in a certain place, they will go to another place. And Emma, it's easy to lose something, oh. If lose, they will not come back. It will take a whole lot of energy to get them back. A whole lot. Because happy in had their tents in another place. And welcome her. Now going back is like having PTSD. They will not want to go back. Because look, I happy maybe bye. I am going to another place, so we don't have another place to go. Onye get to come we tibe. Onye mokwa dika watching the melusu. Obukwa na ekene Maria ka ị ga-ebe mo na ibi n'enigwe. Belokwa no gaba. Mmiri abakwa na opi ụgbọgịrị. Bikonu, Soludo should stop eating rice na chicken. Nyapụta bịa lụọ ọlụ ezi ya. Ọlụ ọgwụ anyị na ọ ga-alụ. It is worrying. And we have to keep emphasizing it. Watching Amelubiko, over to you. Thank you.
Ndewo no.
All right.
Okay.
Can I tell you go? The thing, what you have to realize is that nde phone we have, they are grouping like in the iPod. They are deploying the same tactics. The moment you touch their own, asege, because Nebura member, you know that you cannot speak for them, they will attack you viciously. So not the same pattern of behavior within their fact. I see them as same. They are one and same. Why did I say that? Because tell me why for over the years, Abwabia State none, Abwenugu State none during Buru's time. Naki on we're not here. Narako Buru on for Elacha Obono or for Obono, Koshiri Obono. And they could put them one or their father Bobo and their location on the Nalacha Obono. And don't have to say white. That's even the worst. You know, that ever going to win me feeling that Obono just don't need you, but no, only
the receipt. Only the
I'm telling
receipt.
you, only could see a man a phone man a white. And when Obono not here, that doesn't know about it. Come back Uruchas no, and I found him but I walking over it. When back Uruchas no, and fact that when if you make noise now, everybody knew that time. It was so I don't pay attention. But I for and when Nick him that I na Peter Mba has paid me. That is why I'm doing PR for Ndienu. Or you're not seeing where I'm actually criticizing. Now the International Conference Center, it was actually a mediocre project that they finished in the poor. Konafa for them they criticize the Tamil and Analo in as much as no mananya the finish in the poor. Now if I be even obodo no if I cancel now for state you will put the goal this solid. I criticize those things. Mana, I have also tweeted now government need to show Nafa the serious. It must not be perfect. It must not be perfect, but you have to show seriousness. Can be do good eba? Man, seriousness I be fine afro. Nebe soludo no. Oboro because when me for basa muna oyana like eat rice. Eba not all like jollof rice. Ijera boro soludo occasion na buputela jollof rice with a fried chicken na plantain. Buputela soludo I can tell you only sira why no kwenu from obo okwa from ebe if on rubbish. Yamro no ye kwetazu no professor of economics kana kwa gefa. So, open for India name divide and rule, and because you're not from Anambra, so you can't talk, don't even respond to them. I can guarantee you these are nobodies. And look at those accounts. Just click on those accounts. Most of them ain't any identity. I can tell you, they can pop the same strategy they use. They will just open one account, bot account that is not their main account. Well, we need to tweet that rubbish. They will not use their main account to talk to you. So don't even get bothered. Don't get they don't matter in grand scheme of things. And they're engaged in a conversation, you engage them. I don't even have that time. I will just laugh you. Maggie, because even why are you still following me? Why are you commenting on my timeline? I will still be posting here and you have one option. Block me. Just block me, because if you don't block me, if you don't, I will my money with and even no propaganda. Anything. anọrọ m na inbox mba nke njere na nke Soludo ma nke onye ọna. No, if a name, we observe it, we review government records, we put information out there. It's not propaganda. And was there anybody from outside of your own state to the same only but I say no question on onwelonde onwebego de ko oyisi. Amara mo na last space ka madu fu na obo na oba na government na first na ga alobo psychiatric or the go find pulia yes or find pulia. Na first na ga alobo psychiatric. Na ndị ala na happen na Igbo di too much. Na ndị need bundle afa because na psychiatry no na Enugu nke na north ya dre enough. It will not be enough. Yeah, ndị need lock up there. Because when we are talking about serious things na nako when kapolo we or pay somebody, I think that's his name, SSA to Soludo. Mboba complain about something before I be there about pains. SSA, onye kpolo we SSA, new media. That doesn't understand what government is. Oche no onye obuna bo when countering voice abulugo opposition. Or not because no propaganda. If I have election period, that's not what we're talking about. Why are you playing with the life of Anambra? Why are you playing? If I know Brasi today now Zenko na kwa mamia and what security in Anambra State, I can guarantee you this thing. The whole security architecture in Anambra State no na bezenko. Makana Zenko na kwa mamia. Of go nyo obuno go. Obulogo one na security. Will you be at your post? Imagine on that venue. Because you man at least one rap you logo. You got to get na salary. Ije na nke Zenko, it is sure no one will one rap or yabo, one big man na get for like this. You butchari or blue one rap be. So why would you be at the station? Can if I me you and on one imobodo sitting at chobodo? You won't do that. You want to be there. So on your bona injury to one, injury to all. You got to go. Obido wana leko sabonyo bona keta. You know, all of us getting on. So don't pay attention to the Anambra. You shouldn't put your mouth Anakoili. Kelumba Anambra State, Nimo State, you work our drive from 1991. Just barely yesterday. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you look at Enugu State yourself, Enugu City, a lot of Anambra cannot be a bello Luibo. They are still there.
No,
In fact, the Catholic.
Onye na-ekwu ihe watching the birth certificate ya nwe ike kapụrụ old Anambra ya.
Yes, now.
Because na ndị amụ mgbe ezi ka dị n'ụkwụ ụkwa na UNTH. Most of us amụghị na UNTH or old Anambra certificate.
Ije Ketana, Anglican Communion and Catholic Church were the two biggest Christian congregation in the Southeast. In fact, in Enugu State, a lot of the Anambra no inside it na the politics. They are still part of it till today. In fact, the bond itself, Anambra and Imo is more like or separable. I'm telling you. So, Grandmaster, don't pay attention to all these people. Most of them actually, when they see you in real life, they can't even talk to you. That's one thing that not too much about all these things. Most of them they are they always so quick. When you see me in real life, you can't even talk to me. Yeah, some of you are saying good morning, sir. Man, social media, Twitter, but level everybody, you can talk to anybody anywhere, you can challenge anybody until you know if una colony be actually abro no maka if onye ana-eji age anyama na onye abro meeting mgbe buchalo the person. Onye obuna can write think pieces, onye obuna can tweet, onye obuna can say anything online until you see the person in real life. So I don't pay attention. I will just laugh and keep going because if I abro, you shouldn't distract us. Soludo, instead of Soludo to do the right thing, he paid his minions, for them to come online and they start countering Arsenal propaganda because Soludo is working. Soludo, you are spending 200 million renovating Anambra as an office, but you can't pay to rescue the Anambra, to put a structure in place, security architecture in place to protect Anambra State. That liaison officer for your side chick. I wish that's commissioner not here. I also have questions in challenge. Can you the essence of that liaison office Soludo na Bamboya renovate, reactivate na Abuja and Lagos? Can you do no emezili for? Can you find GM?
Kewe na ebu nwa na.
Ebu nwa no. O if ebu nwa. O condit ebu nwa. There's nothing agitating till tomorrow. It has been moribund since Peter Obi. It has been like that. What anything on a year the lie. If what you na ebu nwa, onye ka o ji na alụ onwe government house and ebe oyi ebi na lodge everything nya na alụ no standard na-emezi Abuja na-emezi Lagos. If what chọzọ ịnọ nnọọ bụ osi ọka or fly ya to Lagos, or kosia from Lagos or kwa na Abuja, osi Abuja land the ọka, or if what chọrọ ịdị na alụ. Unu chọzọ ya nwu na nwa. Now let's move the mic, please. Ndubisi, over to you.
Nwachinemelu, ọkụ ịma na 200 million a pere mpe o. Na 2024 budget o nwere nke a kpọrọ social reorientation. Ihe a budgetịrị ego a bụ 10 billion and ọ dị ka erikpọ the whole 10 billion.
One, I don't want to delve deep into really that number because any budget Anambra State 2040, 2024, 20. Don't worry, maybe one of the space, maybe in Tuesday or Saturday, we'll delve deep into that budget, Anambra State budget. I think that's what we'll do. Maybe I'll just create time on Saturday only because I got run whole day, so that we can actually X-ray distance. I think that's what we have to start doing on this Igbo space. With the budget state. And then can you break can you down? Maluken, okay, even they are budget for so and so. What is government really doing with it? The project finally deliver. Is it commensurate with what was budgeted for it? Because you can't tell me, okay, now I'm about figures, the grandmaster you may know, I'm about figures Ejialo, that Holy Ghost terminal, and all those terminal in Enugu State. I'm about to go on our budget for it. Maybe we'll come to that next month. Because we're going to discuss Enugu extensively next month. Those kind of things is what we want to know. Open government is still spending 900 million, for instance, in that terminal. EJD, does it really worth it? If you send that thing now to people that really, know into building, architectures, architectural designers and builders, can they give us a quote of equivalence of that project there? Because these are real issues, though. Because we can't be talking just now when you know terminal nalo decorate, renovate, abandon the conference center, and then renovate hospital and the presidential hotel. And a sieba na ebupu ego. Na manyenu. A CDL as conduit, pipe, ego. These are real issues. Because I can be Enugu State, smart school. Smart school, if I go see, I have a smart school, I got adopt Peter Mba. I got do next month Kataga generator. We've been praising him now. I got do ya because if you need a smart school and a poop and hype. I got do ya this month. Man, let's finish what we're saying. I think the best thing I gotta do is then Kanike. Andy, are you there?
Yeah, Chief. Good morning, Ezechikwele. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Chief, actually, I will appreciate you for speaking the truth and hosting such a space. What I have to request the mic is I've been busy communicating with people from Osu. I cried this morning. I won't lie to you, Chief. I've cried. When people come out and say leave Anambra alone. We are now talking about Anambra. When we start talking about other states, don't talk. These boys that did attack in Osu, they came from Lilu. Lilu is from which place, Biko? Is it not in Anambra?
Here a local government. Don't hear a local government from Anambra State.
These boys, they came all the way from Lilu and killed people in Imo State. And you are telling us not to talk about Anambra? You are telling us not to talk about Anambra? Chief, you imagine these people calling me soliciting for money so that they can buy arms and protect themselves. This is what Igbo people have done to. Looking for who to give them money to buy guns now, everywhere. We are not fighting herdsmen. We are fighting our fellow brothers, Ndibo. We think it's play. We are coming here to say, leave Anambra alone. What about if I should start bringing rhetoric that people that are killing my people in Nimo State are from Anambra? It's Anambra people that is killing me. What will you do? What will that be? You guys think this is a joke? You guys think this is a joke? Keep on joking. That was how Oti chased them away from Abia State. They entered Okigwe and they stayed in Imo State. They are chasing them now. Their base now is in Ilu. I posted the video, a lot of video. They even have to beg me that I should not even post other things because they are still under investigation. I just have to post this one. You go there and see on my timeline, the police people there, they are even confused. What will they do? Because Anambra is their base now, where they have leverage and everything. The people of the community are saying, Habatra from Lilu. Habatra from Lilu. We are quiet. As I'm talking to you, go and confirm, Cliff. Yesterday, they did another attack in North. All the way from Lilu. You are telling us that we should keep quiet. We should not talk about Anambra. It's high time for Windibo to come up. You are saying there's no insecurity. It's because it have not come to you. It will come to everybody. Let's keep quiet. Chief, I don't have more to say because I'm at work, but I'm very angry. I have to reply a post of someone telling us that you are not talking about Anambra when we come for you. Don't talk. Anambra people are killing us because they are the one camping these criminals. There is no base anymore in Osu. They have chased them away. They have to run to Lilu and camp in Lilu and always come to Lilu to come and kill people of Osu because they want that base back. So Ludo have not done anything to chase away these boys. Nothing. And you guys are saying we should not talk about Anambra. Anambra people are the one killing the people of Indibo because they are camping these criminals that are killing us. Until this governor start doing something the way other governors are doing it, we won't talk. I saw what I listened to what the guy what's his name? That it's like he came with the commissioner. Is it the Senate or what? That they want to
Sydney.
differentiate
Sydney.
that guy. You heard what he was saying. Soludo, you want to use IPOP and this Biafra movement to win election just to make sure that there will not be vote and everything. This is what he wants to do. He's not ready to fight these people. People are dying. How many people was massacred in Osu? A girl that is not up to 18 years was raped. They butchered people. Ndibo is using cutlass now to cut down people's head. You have the mind to carry cutlass to hit your own brothers. For what reason? Because you are claiming a base. Let's be quiet and all these things. I don't have more to say because all my cry is that these people are soliciting for weapon. We don't know what's next. One person might use the opportunity and give them weapon. But I will try my best to organize a protest and see what that protest will yield. We will go to Imo State Government House with the pictures and everything of those people. Let's see what that protest will yield because I've already told them I won't give them weapon. I won't give them 1 naira because they are so confused. They don't know what to do. They are begging everywhere for weapons. It's okay. Keep on saying don't talk about Anambra. Thank you.
All right. The thing they disturbing about what you just said now is that this appears to be more like an open knowledge, open secret. They know where these people are camped. They've moved from also Utokwa now to Lilu. I want to believe that the law enforcement will idea where these people are.
Chief, Vicky,
You know,
anyway. All Lilo do close to Mpo. Mpo had a claim na hat to Pananda Nile.
Obo.
Yes, Mpo, because I remember and I've been now.
Yeah.
Mpo before even
I
after the
know
bridge.
I know the argues very well. I know he
So
have
is it not
yeah.
close? So, oh Jesus, don't know.
So you see the thing. So this is an open secret. Let me put it that way. Because if you open a private individual, I can guarantee you the way you know this thing, the law enforcement, Mama Kia, and I can also tell you that Amamna, the commissioner that was here, for him to have said, no foreigners, of which I like what someone asked here, on this Afghanistan, on this India, but foreigners. So if you can identify these people, how come there was no arrest, no prosecution, no jail? How come? So no propaganda age push so that Soludo. We're not in trouble. Soludo na alwala. You will see in the support area. We'll be supporting him. So the thing is just like and to be rightly said. I believe in that. I align with that thought process. Soludo won an election with less than 150,000 votes, and this time around, he doesn't even care about all the less than 50,000, provided he returns in Agoka. Provided he returns. And that's where this thing is headed. Man, I didn't bother for that thing. Because open Anambra State, imagine the whole of here and local government, they cut one off. Cut to a part of Newi South. Cut to a part of Aguata. Imagine that kind of thing. A cut off these people. How many people for Anambra State? Because in a court to here local government, from Okeja here itself, Uli, Lilu, or Sumo. They are need part of here local government, and these things are big town on their own. A court to offer off completely from election. How many people force it? And then in the eve of the election, you know now about on your boss say good na no because that's how these things were happening. More less than if they no election in Biafra land, no election because that was what they did the last time. I see no election in Biafra land. Man, eve of the election, a lot of people left Anambra to Enugu to Asaba. Some people didn't even come out. And when we voter party, where the lowest turnout of vote in Anambra state ever. Soludo Juwebata. So I won't be surprised. No, but if I have an intentional act, because you can't tell me, Guinea men, okay, you are going to launch Operation Udogade. Why haven't you launched it already? And then tell us that they're already working, they are capturing people already, they've arrested, so and so persons, they're charging them to court, they're going to jail, the neutralized number of these people that engage the law enforcement. Why are you not giving us this information? If you can go about, they are going to, and where the surveillance monitoring room will be, it's not something you can disclose to us because classified information. Can even they classified and monitor, so because can you even they classified about monitoring center? We for this specialist saying, okay, no, na government house or the more on a police station, more na the issue when people cannot access that place. Man, it's not they classified. I'm wondering something that is so special about ever na monitor tents. Ibila abroad, more in Amara presented, more in Amara na monitor, but you can't access it, you can't get into that place. Everybody knows where it is. But everything na buy na di too special. And at the end of the day, no joke. When Anana plan, they are trying to get Commissioner. I don't know why you don't want to come back to us. I will appreciate if you join us again so that we can engage you. Have this conversation. We would like you to join us again on Tuesday because we're going to have this conversation. We'll continue this conversation on Tuesday and then end it on Saturday. Then next month, then we switch to something and switch to Enugu State. Face Enugu and Enugu because it took through our Christmas period. And it will x-ray the whole thing. Grandmaster, you will lead us in that project because we need to dissect. If any na Enugu, malukene mo packaging. Imotu esi a package Ovaltine. I be binyega agba container. Imepeze imi obuna the chocolate in half. Man, put for the outside or masia mabushi, but why not big container? We want to know. Kamalifu na package room Igbo. Korabo, I ne sell this thing. Why if I ne sell before? Let's move on. Kenika, are you here?
Yes, thank you very much,
All right, go ahead.
Martin Emelo. I slept off. I was trying to start awake. That 3 a.m. is, I am sorry, but I will. Maybe when you speak next, you can give me it because the questions I'd love to ask the commissioner is, according to NjenjeMedia, the special advisor on security. Have they spoken to him? That's AVM Chiobi. He called. Then the issue of the killings. You said that the commissioner said that they can't reveal where the where the cameras are or what, or he did have a clue. Anyways, let me just end with this. So I would have loved to be here, and I don't know if this space recorded. Okay, it's recorded, so I can always go back and listen to how long did this stay for, if I may ask? Did this up to 1 hour?
He did not. His connection was very unstable, and then he says he wanted to reconnect, and it's been 3 hours since then.
I don't even understand this unstable thing. Yesterday, I was telling people in Nigeria that I don't think they should be hosting spaces because this connection, whether it's a ploy to avoid coming, because I mean I'm sure the commissioner has aides. They cannot set up like a router for him to that thing pisses me off. Like
that man is commissioner for information. Let that sink in. The man
yes, so,
requesting where every damn gadget to get his
yes,
voice out to tell
yes,
us
he's
what the
commissioner.
government is doing. That
He's
man about
commissioner.
commissioner for agriculture and about commissioner for health. He's commissioner for education.
Yeah, so for information, commissioner for
Information, yes,
Sorry, information. Na one information I informate hozi. Na kezi yaga lozi.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of disappointing, and there's something Soludo does that, I don't know where to place it. When he says things like, I only appoint qualified people, I get, I don't know whether that is out of pride, saving costs, because I don't think that you should operate, and this is what he did when he was CBN governor, he had all this strange nonsense. You need to appoint people that can speak. This is, to be honest with you, this is the first time I'm knowing who the Commissioner of Information is. I won't lie to you. I never knew that. I mean, Long Mefor, I've never heard his name. That's to tell you that he doesn't even speak. How many press releases has he given? How many? At least I know who the CPS is, Christian Aburime. I've never heard the Commissioner of Information. At least I know Obiano's Commissioner of Information. What's his name? He had one funky name like that. What's his name? uh, uh, he had one of those something. I'll get his name. This is the first time, if not that you posted his picture. And this is the first time I'm hearing about the Commission of Information. He doesn't give press releases. It's between Christian Aburime. I don't even know who the special advisor on information is. That's to tell you how Soludo, again, let me repeat it again, how Soludo has run that government. The day I found out that Soludo has total control of the new media app, that Anambra State media handle, I felt so embarrassed. Now, how did I find out? I saw some things that also didn't be that SSA on new media tweets. I was so angry. I was like, like I said, government official tweeting numbers. I now contacted my friend who is very close to the SSG. I now told my friend, whether it's even related to him, I don't know, but my classmate, I said, please, can you kindly tell the SSG that he should call that boy to order? My friend now replied to me that there's no need, that's a waste of time. I said, why? I said, because Soludo controls that media. I couldn't believe it. The guy just said it's a waste of time. That what I'm asking for is a waste of time. Soludo is in charge of the media handle. So if you see the media handle tweet anything, know that Soludo is the one that is aware. That's why the media handle will tweet a video of Soludo's wife. I have nothing against her, let me be honest. Telling us that she built, what farm? Is it cucumber or be vegetable? She was building vegetable. I'm like, okay, maybe you shouldn't be tweeting this, but okay,
Nanda
fair
na
enough.
with playbook from Tinubu. Have I not
I'm
said
telling
it
you,
before?
behaving like Tinubu,
Nda na
behaving
copy
like
Tinubu,
Tinubu.
copy and paste. On where did
I
you
was
it?
so, like, in my mind, like, okay, Noya Soludo, doesn't she have a Twitter handle? She can tweet. Why is the media arm of? I'm like, okay, great, fair enough. Maybe I'm being too critical. Then when he confirmed that handle for me. When the guy said it, I was like, I can Soludo. I don't. I work with the principal. Are you saying that before they tweet, they gonna show Soludo, which is possible? It is when Soludo hosted that what is it called, the town hall, those people, and then I found out the girl that controls one of the people that control the handle, and I said, okay, maybe this is what my classmate was telling me, that it's a waste of time, don't bother yourself, these people can be sacked, they can't even do anything, because this guy will be, that's why I told, this guy will be fighting people. I'm like, I see him sometimes, he fights Uchuko, Anambra first son. I'm like, what is this? Are you that jobless? So I wanted to ask a question, and I would have liked to ask the Commissioner of Information. Now, this renovation of the Abuja liaison, if I remember vividly, when I was in Abuja, P2B rented the Anambra house to UNDP, the United Nations office, if I remember, and the liaison office was renting a flat in somewhere in Area 3 behind Rita Lorry Hotels. Now, I know this because I used to go there, and a permanent secretary was in charge. But I know that a lot of things changed when Obiano came. Now they now moved to somewhere in Asokoro. Rented another place. I also went there too. So I don't really know the mechanics of what is going on as per the liaison office in Abuja. Did Obiano and Soludo, did they continue renting out that building to the United Nations, or they took hold of it? So these are the things that I want to find out, or am I missing up issues? Is it the government lodge? No, well, I don't know. So I need to I need some clarity on that. Now, for the Lagos liaison, I've been there before. So I mean, the argument can be made that a lot of Anambra people live in Lagos. It can form as some form of liaison office. Maybe they need to fix it. Now, I'm not saying they should spend any money with it, but so these are the questions that the commissioner and Soludo should ask. Why do you need to spend that much of money? Is there a way you can rent out the building? Maybe people just occupy one flat, because we all know that the liaison offices was just a way to settle political people. For example, Neto C was one time a special advisor to the Imo State governor, and he was based at the liaison office. So we know what they do with it. They use it to settle political appointees. So I don't want to get into those political rhetorics of if I live in Abuja and I want an appointment from the government, I say maybe special advisor. But you're not in Anambra. Don't worry. I'll be in Abuja. I'll just be reporting there. Maybe I come there once or twice a week. Continue my other things I'm doing. But there's that. So, and I also, yesterday we had a discussion about this so-called don't invest in Anambra, invest in Anambra. Actually, P and WC were there. And I said, like, listen, they come and say, some people are demarketing the Southeast, blah, 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 blah. In my mind, I'm like, okay, the greatest demarketers to the Southeast is not anybody, neither is it one Chinemelo. The greatest demarketers to the Southeast is simply IPOP, BRGE. There's no hard or fast rule about it. You cannot kill people, destroy your place, and because somebody raises an alarm, you now start shouting. Why didn't you raise that alarm since? So there's no there's no hard or fast rule for serious investment. Before I joined in 2011, I used to work for a firm, Bright Star. They were based in Dubai. I remember when I went to South Africa, because of them, I saw how they put Africa under EMEA. By the way they do the analysis paralysis. In fact, let me lie to you, Chinemelu, I felt guilty going to that South Africa because I felt that the salary they were paying me at that time, $1,500. This is 2011. I didn't want it. Now, if make I no lie, as a chick, I was not selling anything. I won't lie. My job was they were dealers for HTC and
So
BlackBerry
you
phone.
so you were
Hold on, can call
DEI employment.
hold on.
DEI employment ka boy.
Yeah,
Yeah, watch it.
make I
If
there were
Diego
plenty.
government, not
No, it wasn't
Diego.
government. I wasn't working for government then. So I left that job to join government. That's a different discussion. But let me not lie to you. I felt when they analyze how Nigeria is doing badly. Now my cousin gave me that job. He was a country manager. The guy's a big boy. They say come because I get small experience. Now I be optimistic because I get small experience where I they sell medications. Then when I tell you guys say come on, you can do this job. Now the guy gave me the job. I go on training for Lagos. They one nice hotel. Now they say my job now to detail phones. Now I'm trying to explain something to you. So my job was to go to Banex. For those that know Abuja, very Banex, New Banex, and EMAB, because those were the big dealers. And of course, on the Igbo, Joeba Funine. So I was very friendly with them. I said, "Not one franchiser." Now that's another point. The amount of money Igbo people control in those places. There's one guy, Plan Ace, from where I'm from, Oboye North here. If you see, the guy will give me 25 million. This is 20. I'll be afraid. Seeing Zenith Bank, if you know Abuja, where J call you go. I say, God, I know they quite go carry you, but if they rob me, say, okay, come on, see about. So the essence of my story that when I went there, by the time they did the analysis, and so that Nigeria was not selling anything. Let me repeat it again. The BlackBerry and HTC phones were not selling. I felt bad. There are some months I will not sell one phone as a chick. I'm not lying to you. I will go around all the offices because then we had a problem of gray. What they call gray phones. In the Igbo, they just need to buy a Gote phone so that they can make margins on profit. We were selling guaranteed phones. So I could hardly sell anything, but they were paying me. I felt so bad that, this guy just they pay me salary for nothing. And then they query me. They'll tell me, I understand the market is difficult, blah, blah, blah. So imagine that level of expertise, right? How they've projected whether they're going to break even in how many, 1 or 2 years, 3 years. Of course, after a while, after like 2 years, they discontinue the business because you can't be making a loss and be paying people from the money they're making from South Africa. That's how businesses run. So if I open a big business, I have a projection. If after 3 to 4 years or 2 years, I'm not started breaking even, or 3 years, depending on the kind of business, of course, I'm going to move away. I'm going to run away. Like, what am I doing there? What are people doing there? So you're convincing people to get open, not like someone decided to us Malam Green. I said it's not 100,000 business. If I bring in 100 million naira or 160 million naira business, I need to be sure that now 2 to 3 years, now I be going break one even or Nathan Madiego. Eh? I'll now start telling them, nah, they're doing sit at home, let's no, nobody wants to listen to that bullshit. Shareholders don't want to listen to it. They don't want to listen to that BS. They want to know what is going on. Why are we not breaking even? What are your challenges? What are the SWOTs? Now you do your SWOT analysis. You now put that you do weakness, bona in the matter and mess it at home, Anambra. That Southeast. Nobody's going to listen to you. Sorry, nobody will listen to you. You can shout all you want. Nobody. Stella Okoli, Okwaboy Anambra. Did she not take her business to what is it called? To Ogun State? Is it that she hates Anambra? She's creating a big factory in Ogun State. Go and beat her. Go and fight her. Or when we have that in Agolo. So she's a pharmacist, right? Then we have that in Agolo. Why didn't she open this in Agolo? At least all the processes of registration is already streamlined for her. But no, they're not stupid. No businessman is stupid. He's not going to do it. Now the Mexican, no, if you don't fix home, nobody will come. I'm also again, like I always tell you, Soludo and Chinwoke Mbadidoju have surprised me the most. Now, people don't know why I mentioned Chinwoke Mbadidoju. Chinwoke Mbadidoju is very educated. Chinwoke Mbadidoju had a PhD. There's one guy I call Evaristus. I don't know, he has not come on the apps, but he likes to boast about all this MIT. I live in an Ivy League state. All those, in the Massachusetts, I think, or in the Boston, I feel that they think that they are this superior Americans. I'm always boasting I'm in MIT. He went to Cornell. Cornell is in New York. That's an Ivy League school. He has the PhD from Cornell. Chinwoke Mbadidoju had a PhD from Cornell University. This is a university that if you go now, Piagi, E&Y, give startup 170K. You're doing great. He came to Anambra, became governor. What did he do? Destroyed the educational system. A man who had a PhD from Cornell destroyed it. Then in DMGS from 1999 his son was in DMGS, his last son. From 2000 to 2001, people were not going to school. And a man who has a PhD from Cornell didn't even understand the concept. Now, well spoken. If on the name at that time, but I know na school 12 na Agua Angelus. Imana Anambra kainon. Imana Anambra. I get many folk. You will do church. That nothing. You cannot see anything that Chinwoke Mbadidoju did that benefited that state for the 4 years he was there. Yana Emeka for Anuogu. Yana Senator Anuogu. I know this politics very well. Fana Anuogu. Now you have Soludo. Soludo is a bright chap. I mean, I used to listen to him. First class, best masters, best PhD, professor of economics. And you begin to ask yourself, where exactly did he go? What exactly is the problem? That somebody who was, to be honest to him, was a first-class administrator, CBN governor, cannot fix the state. So there's a difference when you get an appointment in Abuja, and you maybe try your best, but this is your home state. There's a likening you should have for your home state. There's something Obi used to say those days that people didn't like, including my own father. Peter Obi is a man that if he gives you a job and he sees you, if he sees you in a gathering, he'll come and beat you and say, Charlie P, have you finished illegal in Yagikilo? Have you finished doing the job that I gave you to do? Peter Obi, that's what he used to do to contractors. That's why they didn't like him. A man 1 million, as in anyway he sees you, he'll just tell you the same thing. I hope you're not carrying Anambra State money to come and eat in what is it called? In events. He will ask you, have you finished the work that I gave you to do? If he knows you personally. Osigi, he go all off. Jail all off. He just can't do the job. He'll say it jokingly. He must, and if he sees you anywhere, he will remind you. He will tell you that everybody has greed. Peter, greed. He will tell you everybody's greedy. But if Abo state, yeah, this is Anambra State. We can't be too greedy in your own state business. So where is that commitment as Soludo? Where's that commitment to um, self-wise? Where's that commitment to this is my home state? Poor. This is the state that I'm from. I need to show an extra commitment to making sure that the state is well developed. I don't see that from Soludo. That's what I was asking. I don't see that humility. You're gonna be boasting, Anambra Bondi Diego in Kanjiweme. I don't see that humility that this is my state. I don't see it. I just see an arrogant person, and it is a shame. Very disappointing. When I mean very, very, very disappointing. I don't see it from him. So let's even remove the razzmatazz. Is that commitment to say, this is Eba can see. This is my home state. I need to maybe just put some extra effort. I don't see it from him, from his comments, from his utterances, even the utterances of some of his commission of his aides. I don't see that commitment. It's such a shame. Such a big shame. Anyway, my chief Wanchinemolo, I'm just, anytime I told the APC people that they are lucky that that I am not in opposition now. That at my fight, like I said, 80% of my fight on Twitter is in the IPOB. I am ready for them. That they are very lucky that I'm not in opposition. They know me now, PDP. I will run them streets, but they are just very lucky that my mind is just focused in the Southeast. That anytime I think of the Southeast, it's as if I become depressed. I'm telling you, anytime I think of, I just lose happiness. These fools are telling me that a place I grew up in, I went to DMGS on Icha, and I remember, anytime I think of the South, I just say, God, it just, that as I don't know, just a slight sting of sadness at Biamnaro. Like, what is going on? You're not telling me about IPOB or Biafra or all this nonsense. You now go to these Biafran spaces. You now listen to the delusion. People are donating money to destroy their place. Anyway, watch them. I'll make I leave here, beg. I don't wake up. Make I prepare for work. Thanks, man.
All right. We actually rounded up because the guy not here, and they put my space. I was supposed to run for 4 hours. I had to figure that 4 hours mark.
Watching them, because before you go, just on a kinga where on a lighter note, because only one case Soludo where I bundi Igbo, especially in the Anambra State, enwekwa origin omenani o. Mgbe ọkwa dike, mgbe anyị ji ọkwa dike ọrụ, oje na-elite ihe o meri. Mgbe ọ nata village, ekekwa ya nche o, ụmụnna kekwa ya nche n'abalị. So gwakwa Soludo, ọ bụ na o mezuru Anambra State, mgbe ọ bụla o jechara nata Isofia, a ga-eke ya nche n'abalị. Nwekwe ụmụ ya bụ gọọmenti, gọvanọ, begi your power end kwa na your house. So cheta Soludo on a lighter note. Ọ ga-eche nche n'abalị, enyi ya ọgụ ma mma. O wee chee ndị anụ ọ na-achọghị iche kịta anụ o nwee access to up to RPG ma ọ chọọ. Watch them over to you.
All right, Wanda, thank you so much. The truth to Bunam, insecurity in Anambra State became worse under Soludo. It has been there. And the good chunk or healthy percentage of that insecurity problem, they attributed to the IPOP, BROGIE, whatever they call them, till today. And okay, Soludo, but he wanted to kind of play, more like a lobbyist by saying no, but on there and cause a problem. And he still maintains such position because Ochoro, to be in their bad book. Ochoro, he doesn't want to call them out. So they've become emboldened. Now, if they take you go territory, here local government under his watch, and they're expanding. Now, more people are now seeing what they are doing, and they're like, okay, so a good in a business, yeah, Abakuziana not doesn't them matter anyhow. So the whole thing proliferated. The truth Buna, Obuna Soludo, the serious, the insecurity get end before the 1st of February. It will end. Fighting insecurity about rocket science, I can guarantee you. Ebe ọbụla ndị a na-epu ebe a is whether place ọkụ. Munye the place ọkụ government nwana. Onye ka onye kali government. Government nwana. Munye the whole place ọkụ. Arrest ya jee village wele intel na ndị obodo onye ọbụla na-ele mmanya na-ele kaikai malụ ndị bụ n'obodo adọrọ mma. They will tell you if I see okwe follow ụmụaka na-agbara n'ọfọnwa. Very easy to so ndị bụ security expert ga-agba gị ife dị very obvious. Ndị na-abụ security expert masịrị ife ndị ọbụlụzia security expert bụrụkwazia gọọmenti nwere access and the financial muscle to afford any kind of intervention nature. Ichogodu mercenaries, you can get them. Ichogodu foreigners, you can get them to help you combat this thing. But like somebody rightly said, everything with political undertone, and that is the dirty game APGA is playing. And they're also copying exactly the same thing Gaddafi, APC name, Tinubu name. He doesn't address anybody. He makes sure he beefs his own security and that of his family. All of you can go and die. He doesn't care. You see, I'm very sure somebody from his camp is here. Okay, I think I saw Dougie before na this space. One of the he's no longer here. I'm not here. Whatever. Let him come up. One time he came to the space here when any bounty is here. So to Dougie no na Mona Dougie had we don't agree on a lot of things, right? Because now in his place, he can't go home and government is aware of this, of all these threats from Ndeba and Ndibo. These are not foreigners. These are not foreigners. But they yield to the whims and the capriciousness of Ndi Diego. You know, what are your Diego na name event? They just what need 5 to 10 million. A 1 day security agent. Because now get empty barracks and police station, Umoma cannot obviously challenge those people. So no, but the fact that Umoma self gabata solo because you yourself solo tutu ego solo kemanya because I'm gonna fatini sieba of you. When I mess rally for in a after the next day, you know, lose whereby for well. If fully well. So for how long are we going to live like this? For how long? You will still see young people not complain no, but that drama and hey, solution is here, solution is here, solution is here. The same thing I know, because this slogan on Keburu as a chikwel, because this slogan I know that time. On his own slogan. I'm forgotten a mic. Why even to governor 2 years ago? No team we Fakwacha say Fakwala Aqua wear cap. They have their own, customized cap. Only if I need to buruburu. Now they to buruburu never because then in a comment section. Why if I why we round up? Can we can relax? I'm why. If one need to solution is here, solution is here. Eke rice because if I need to uni na Kenya for jollof rice. If soludo with jollof rice.
Mba, gburugburu
Ikucha bene.
eze kuchekwelu gburugburu wo phone ugbo now.
Hi.
Na this woman keda fire. Ma
Oh no, bro, Enugu is in the hands of God.
mba all
Oh,
hands
Jebel.
of God. Mba all hands of God exactly.
Enugu
Enugu
is
is
in
in the
the hands
hands
of
of
God.
God.
Yes. Enugu is in the
N'aka
hands of God.
Chineke. N'aka Chineke.
Nake-
But then we'll Ojebego with the main one.
Nah, but
Chief watching them,
what kind of psychophancy is that? Ojebego.
But
If I can Anambra State, now solution is here.
chief
Solution is here.
Buruburu nye some people trauma na PTSD as in Tofiakwa. Because Moka Totoro, Amam Koshi chair the thing. Imane enwe mgbe a na ụzọ Sullivan rụcha Grandmaster ịma na ụzọ akwata ụzọ amacha mma like this then the ụzọ need a maintenance chief mana ndị aje na ama ma block industry ka ọ gịnị gakporo aja with shovel ha wụọ the thing azọ ya ụkwụ pam 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 gafere ga ha wụọ the thing azọ ya ụkwụ pam pam ama ịma na ụzọ akwata ahụ bụ mountain na hill mmiri zoro bịakwa ọsa from side a ọsa from side a ha igbe mitzie n'etiti chineke ma ege ebere ma inwe ha ezigbo oh my god oh no
So Chuks, ofu efe ka ene na nwe ya yi na ọkwa ndị abụki na-agbanye mmiri na roundabout
ịma na
na
enwe
automated
mgbe
roundabout Ọchanja. Nwa
ọnwụ na
Chinemelu.
ịma Enwe one day grandmaster gị na Kenike nọ na-ekwu maka this beer ebe a na-ere alcohol vuru evu na Amaokwe ka Ịgbariam Junction. Na ọ na ị na-agba that road west, ị ma na enwe mgbe anyị na-eme Fast and Furious there, onye ma ka esi adọji pothole, ifu pothole nọ n'ụzọ ahụ, she from Methodist Church a mba camp ebe a ndị police gịnịwa nọ, isi ebe ahụ na-agba na-abịa ọnwụ na ikiri họ Fast and Furious, ihe gị na taya na mekanik ga-eme. There was the time people were changing tire ka ihe a na-Enugu, na ndị taya na dịka na-agbara onwe ha egwu because ọ ha na-ewu.
Enugu na-esi ife Enugu
Oh
na-esi that
Jesus
time, man.
Christ of
Ife ihe
Nazareth.
Enugu na-esi n'isi that time, man.
Ordinary
Ebe ọbụla ife
generator
adọsti na pile ya. Hey, Chineke
generator
nna.
Sullivan gocha eji a power street light fiam. Ị nwere ike gbara from side Ọhafịa iruo Methodist street light, isi na Methodist na-eru Amaokwe no street light, ịbịazie from mayor no one lane now, ndị a na-ele afịa were ruru onwe ha one lane a na-erekwa ha tiketi, ịgazie gariki chọọchị agbasa. Oh God. No.
Yeah, ka m gwa gị how petty gburugburu dị. So basically, enwe ebe my big brother rụrụ ụlọ na GRA. So mgbe gburugburu m ụlọ n'akụkụ ebe ahụ, ị mara gburugburu bịa lụọ dị ụzọ, ọ lụ dị ụzọ si all the way from ihe ama side like isi ka ha na-akpọzi ihe na side ebe court side ahụ isi secretariat na-apụta capital territory.
Capital
Yeah,
Territory, yeah.
na-abanye GRA. Ịma gburugburu ligidere ụzọ a lụchacha ụzọ a bịa kwụsị ya n'iru bịa kpam.
Ọ ga-akwụsị ya n'ihu be ya. If you go to
ụzọ
Opi,
kwụ n'iru bịa. Ị na-anya
Grandmaster,
n'aka nri,
Ijekwu
enweghị halụ.
Opi, his house, his main village house, Otai just from the beginning of the Ozo. Just HOM ebe dị new is just the front of that his house. Igafe Hana his second gate, abi third gate. Ozo Achaoka the
People
normal
banye ọgụ
colors.
now. People bali
Oh God.
ezigbo ọgụ. Abalị ezigbo ọgụ. All because na abalị ọgụ. So guys, the association of ndị nwụrụ on that side bazi ezigbo ọgụ ọkọtago. And luckily enough, most guys be able to be very very influential. Ọkọtago, all well respected people in Enugu.
Mba,
So
Opi,
if
that
they asking what
Kedu
kind of nonsense should this be? Those are
Akudenu
the things that
Koginebo
make them
local
try to
government, yeah. Close to that Oba
go.
market. If we say kwanu market, no 5-10 minutes to already 5 minutes to his house, only in a Jeda Oba market. Makuno ajere
Because I told me to
Koluno ajere
Buruburu again,
Nsukka.
I beg. I told me to Buruburu, I beg. Let's just forget the era of Buruburu. That era is gone, you know.
Chief mana
Like I said.
buruburu mega advert. Se onwe ya n'elu amamo Airbus ka ọ bụ win. Ede ya the four gini. Oh Jesus. Sete onwe ya sete.
na ewere gburugburu kpọọ gị iyi ewere gburugburu kpọọ gị iyi na onye kpọọ gị iyi agba weekend eziokwu
And
onye afọrọ
the
gị n'anya.
worst na ndị achọghị ebe a ga-etinye that advert ageduwe ya na Akpụkpa Junction bụ onye ọbụla na-agafe ha n'Enugu ị ga na-afụ ya ifu nwoke mmadụ ebe otuku n'enu cockpit Airbus as oh mama sita.
ihe bụ na Soludo ịgba Soludo bụ lecturer somebody a confirm go na a na-afịa n'azụ Six Flags and nwa Chinebelu na Grandmaster azụ Six Flags o nwee ebe a na-elecha ụmụ rice and beans na plantain dị very bad mgbe ahụ nna
Ọgwụnwọ dị
as in ilie
gburugburu
rice and
ihe
beans
eji
dị
marụ
na side ebe ahụ
gburugburu
na ilie your school fees so ebe
ihe
ahụ ka
eji
o si
marụ
wee bute this
gburugburu
thing.
ofe onugbo enwe ọbọ dị rice ka eji mara ya ofe onugbo ọkwa onugbo na Anambra gbara n'anwụ nke dọrọ onugbo ya ọdịwanie dị very long. Aye, gurus. No aura, no nothing.
Nah,
That man name just
nah,
Benjamin
Nico,
Densoko
I
fire.
get with you. The thing, I converge on Tuesday. We're going to have other guests that will join us. Kepwe Hebasalo, Imagine Security and Investment, how it affects them, and their thoughts on that. So that can and no to Soludo no here and the Abga Crusaders and Abga members. We invite you to come and we encourage you to come to the mic so that we can ask you questions. There's no rubbish in the timeline. Come to conversation table. Let us have conversation with you. Oh, when the Bible, let us discuss. Because na rapu obelega na-enye gị. Some of you say if any office without money, back on where kanja.
in your office without you, wouldn't walk in as a SSA to new media. You can't even say anything because Soludo Bono as on Yagwanam, you cannot tell Soludo anything. You cannot. So he will just tell you what you have to say. You cannot tell him. Soludo will issue with assessing that man. I want to try to get access to Soludo, you will realize what I'm saying. You can't assess him. See or the way other people see when access to their governors, then with the new innovations to the state. And whether you can't tell Soludo anything. Only here there no be na is we win the election with 50,000 votes. I can tell you, on with the 50,000, he's done. It's a man who win the election. And dog have shown on people who channel the media and that in na support there. Oh, we know a second term, or make the win or a moon alo. Because once if you hear for the next 4 years, or if one was in the apple, Bob no Messi or retire along with a beer. Bob Messi won't wake himself convert to Puzia Anambra liaison office. Abuja convert here to his own office. What if he hear, man? There's nothing you can do. What generate your income? Sinas Golia, you cannot do anything. So Bikono, we'll converge again on Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday, 9 a.m. West African time. I'm not very inconvenient.
Watch the well, sorry, come on, grandmaster. Grandmaster, you wanna was Bulu, Abasi Atlanta 96. Ndị mmadụ na-abasịa di nwe obodo chi ịkwa mmịa otu azụ nkụ na-agwa mmịa tata jije bulu jeneretọ dị n'Enugu jere bulu jeneretọ dị na Nnamdi Azikiwe this stadium wee bu na-abịa wee kwa mmịa anọzọ ebe a na-agba match ama m onwe n'ime ncheta ya that was international match with Super Eagles nepa wee ọkụ n'abalị asịbazịa ka ebe jeneretọ dị asị na jim eburugo jeneretọ jije kwa mmịa guys ihe abụọkwa akụkọ ihe a bụ real n'Enugu nke anyị onye ọbụla tinye mgbugbo that day achịbazịa tim ka ebe jeneretọ dị ọsị na ọ dị na bịa ọ bụ otu Super Eagles wee gba match o mana ọ dị laita note ka etinye ya ka ọ na-atọ ọchị ịma ajọ ihe na-atọ ọchị these days wachebelụ nna adalụkwanụ m ga-akụpụ biko chifugo
If I do put it these things are serious issues. If I metally me, I metatagon. Oh, for Kalutamano. Igotago. Ozuandos on. So now, if a basalo insecurity, if they take it serious, because if you were this Anambra state own now at this height in the bona, Mandin Keno Bonabia, Mandin Keno na Enugu, functioning a move go down to Anambra because their governor is serious. Ninkeno na Asabe move go down to Anambra because they can't operate in Asaba. They would rather operate in Anambra than go back to Asaba. Janako. Igatago. Nako life. Go on as in Anambra state. This is from Anambra. Now bataza batine ezo. The whole of real estate in Asaba. Down to Kedivana where Gafa Asaba self. Umune de Lueba and de buy gusa greba anine. De buy gusa greba. Na luleba anine na bani mi mo panam. Just in Abba, you can't believe it. The bar in the Anambra, especially a gusa go asaba. This is the real issue. Obodo egwuregwu. Onye je ebe ọlụa ụnọ, ọ batawazịa, ọ hangịa there. Kama ọlụa anya multiple flats, olofu flat. Ọ natara alụ, ndị befe esi village, bịa ebe a bịa fụ ya. Ọ sị na ya nọ Igbo, mana ebe ọ nọ bụ Delta State. If I have reality, I'm not saying what I don't know. Ịpụta họteelụ niile nọ na Asaba juru eju na Christmas ya. Họteelụ niile juru eju. Onye ọbụla belo ebelo. Ife afụ Zenko na akwa mama ya today. Ego niile ndị niile lodge na hotel alodgero. I'm very sure na healthy percentage of them alodgero na Anambra State. Ebe a ga-alodge bụ na Delta. So ego niile ebu wee gbarata from ebe esigasị from all over the world across the country. Abatara healthy percentage abatara n'aka ndị Anambra. Ebe ọ ga-aba bụ n'aka ndị police. Ndị amị. Then ndị busy Asaba and Owerri. Because that's where it will end. So if you mean you na go on na support Soludo, na support ndị IPOB, the money ama batagaka. Meanwhile, ageli millions, if not billions, this weekend. Oma batag sheshe ama landeginaka. Utuaka ogade because of insecurity. But when we talk about it, they say I need the market Anambra. But I will need the market Anambra. It is what is going on that we are just projecting it, amplifying it for people to know. And the people are actually concurring to what we are saying because one or two persons ga gwalele gị na enwelele onye nkefa, somebody they know, not a cap in age educator. So can even yes, the person should not say anything until maybe in our in South Africa, I got teacher. In our buff South Africa between 6 and 8, I can't balago maka ye beg I get beg to ndasa si besuya. South Africa be old on nature road. Isi Zix Bromi, wa old road wa Fempo Junction, wa straight, gafo gidi, gafo monachi. That area in Nebo, South Africa kana we waka. So between that 6 and 8, or time on Omaka eju palagaka. These are issues. They know. They know. But they're not doing anything. So we are all concerned because ọbụna ị na-ebe a na unu so na ndị na-eme n'obodo adịrọ mma, nna biko kwụsịzianụ, kwụsịkenenụ, ife a bụkwa na arọ ọfụ ka abanye, kwụsịkenenụ ka ndị be anyị makwanụ ma anyị anataba ife n'ụlọ mezibekene be anyị, so that a na-adọ gọọmenti amala ebe esi adọ gọọmenti biko nụ. On that note, biko ndị be anyị emechinụ, we'll converge again on Tuesday, 9 a.m. West African time. Abone in Eastern time, it should probably be your 3 a.m. Then abone in Central time, it will be your 2 a.m. Look on the Pacific. More time probably your 1 a.m. or 4 in the Pacific time like here. But wherever you are, 9 a.m. West African time will converge again to.
Chief, watching them, not to cut you short, just 10 seconds. Igbo people are now kidnapping Reverend sisters. So I just want to put it out there.
Nah.
You know the history of the capital.
Reverend sister I can namaro. Because now when we were growing up, more about Anglican, but I'm Catholic school. So when that reverence, even the sisters, right? Imago if the sister to I know here, and if you never not drum, if for sisters, no kwong wagi. Yaka madi and was you be na, the sister, ponani mafia. Now where things that when you hear it, you can't really, but if you have a Igbo, I mean, Kubeno Igbo, because on us so do you nante. But what can we do? What can we do? What can I put up with Chiketa? Soludo Potana African solution is solution. Solution everywhere. Tinubu Jibe Enugu, Deputy Governor, pull up where the solution, Jebe Enugu, in a solution, a Jenugu, Khalifa Base Enugu with solution. Ije go there to commission things or there. Kedun can be a commission na your own state. Nothing. If a national publicity secretary Soludo awarded 700 kilometers of road that he has done 400 kilometers, not for 300 kilometers. You cannot call rubbish. Who is driving? Who is spying those roads? Ghosts.
Even if that is true, should provide evidence. You say about what the Amansi, Enuguku.
No, I mean even let's just best believe. Now, onye abadea. Can you knows Eloa 700 kilometers of road, onye ọbụla na-ebele ebele. You just use otu anyị nọkịta kene ịgbagidezi nnọọ si ebe nọ nnọọ ịnatabazia ịchọ Corolla Lego because otu ihe nọkịta you cannot drive any SUV. You dare not. If you are trouble pilot maybe 2005 or the highway chair no ya na agụ egbugo ni na mbuka obosi ka isi mechie shop. That's the only way you can navigate freely. Ma ba na keke ana ekwu ya dịka egwuregwu asị gị na ndị mmadụ bidia. People live bidia, but they will tell you how they live. Nobody need these guys. Even andukuzi na afukuzi yourself na ya mana bata maka na to skin ede no to ede drug na ata afu ka onye ọbụla kpọsị nkụ fesi afe agụ dị n'obodo. No na kpọchu besi iru maka na ife isi ike. So go what is fresh, go n'ime keke nwa na-enyopu. So this is not how to live life. Ọ bụrụ ife anyị ji wee mara Igbo. Yes, there's some nandine push for that thing to happen. But then open on adro secured. Esukwa nande ya patakwa na no na adio secured. Ne kwa kifesi wede. Ena batakwa ibele belo. Ụmụaka obi adio kwa fama. And then agwa ifa krekolo ụmụazị. Aka na 25-year-old boy siga na life na adi hopeless. Na ife sikike. Ka ife ji ndụ game. At 25, ịchọrọ ịgba Escalade, ịchọrọ ibi na duplex. Ịchọrọ inwe 500 million. Can you feed your life, your whole life? Can you feed your whole life, man? But then I choose the guy. I can you kidnap working man logo for 20-30 years. Say I would take 20 million. Ebunye gear next thing be bulia je kwana hotel. Bulungwa. Because that's the only thing they want to do. If I be fine now, so we'll still talk about this menace of young people trying to really make so much money without really, working for it. In what I call,
Without enterprise.
in what I
Wealth without
call,
enterprise.
what I call a school, or but you want to make money, want to hit. And I 2 million year na akwa ọkụkọ ka e wee bunye gị oke ite agwa gị na-ebute isi mpa gị emezi agwa gị na ife mee na ọwa ọkọrọ bụ na nwe ife asị gị sọ onye na-asọrọ ọrụ mgba mpa gị anwụgo. These are the problems. Wealth without enterprise. Sometimes even drive this crime not buy. Because if you look deep into it, young people not buy until onwe ife na alụ na ịchọrọ nwatakịrị ndị ga-amalụ gị ties, ndị ga-eme wiring, ndị ga-eme screening. They are nowhere. Mana ụmụaka kposa ebudoto a broda nyemonka kedu ife na ala oke ga-enye gị ọlụ ebe na onwekwa anything nna na-apasa n'ogbe na-aṅụ sọ mkpụrụ mmiri na just na when you see these things ifu na enwe deep problem mana achọ ka enwe ife inwe achọ ka agbala ụdị watch ịgba achọ ka a na-eyuzi phone ị na-eyuzi ka a na-eje ebe ị na-ezi ka a na-eli ụdị nne ị na-eli. But then tell them go back to school. Open on if you na go working one the 10. No, and I've actually given you the money. Or you go tata, the person will finish it. In your mother say na go dianaro, nearly be in the person, so why wouldn't the person 100,000 today? 1 week the person will come back working a gap because somewhere anything on your nalo. Give any gas for well I saw to go to Ninko below working. That is the truth. So we'll discuss these things, in a very extensive manner, in the coming spaces. So, but on this note, because I make Chikuwangwem and also go to work today. I are converging on the buy on Tuesday, because 9 a.m. So everybody set a reminder. If you wish, you can follow us. Or just set a notification so that Bob and I you will see Naya Bakugo. And we'll try to get, like I said, 2 or 3 investors. I'm Alabun people.
Chief, actually, before you close, let me just say this. Do you know that these guys kidnapped someone that have been helping Debo? I don't want to call the person name because he's a private, but a custom officer that a lot of us run to. Those that do import business. These guys kidnapped him. So let me just tell what is happening. We are just killing our people. We will look for help and will not see help. Let's keep on supporting all this menace that is happening. Those people do importing business. You can know the person that they kidnap. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make 1 or 2 calls now. I'm unique with her because this is disturbing. And man, I'm gonna cry. Now I'm gonna cry. We don't have anybody to call. Now to Nigeria, see where the Nigeria and make it Debo. Keta on the Fulani boy or Fulani because that was the ideology Ebunyelunda. No Fulani. On a Fulani na atọ ndị mmadụ na Igbo. Or Fulani na-egbu ndị mmadụ. Ndị niile atọgo Arapo nwere onye nke confirm na enwere onye bụ onye Fulani, na ndị arị bụ ndị be ụmụazị klekọrọ ụmụaka asị na Yahoo ka a na-eme nwere ndị Yahoo ọbụla a na-eme nwere ichere ịnata onye ọcha ego n'ụwa kịta dị izi iche na ọ dị izi asị gị na Yahoo plus nwere anyị Yahoo plus ya neten na mmadụ ka a na-atọ mmadụ anata ego na-eri. So it's really disturbing. But we'll continue talking about it because Father has to go, okay, so the more I need, if we're gonna government are getting farmer I need this thing. So we'll continue talking. Because I make you know to her. Then what happens? It will keep on government man this thing is becoming serious. Before you know it, your guy wider than you expect. That's why ever their propaganda machine in Chiputana. So now, then Anambra, you people should stop putting math. For what? Because African and the thing they grow, the attention and they go too much. So they want to suppress some people, bring this divide and no, it will not work. Me Anambra. No, if I'm anywhere I need, talk about it. Talk about it. It's your space, it's your timeline. Nobody will do anything to you. Talk about it. They just want to suppress it. No, we need to amplify it. Let it trend everywhere. Claim before now, bro. So because on this note, asem na oya malaya na mwe. Ife about to so na ụfọdụ bụzie ife ụfọdụ ugbede apụgo mana ebe onye ọbụla nọ na cheers ọbịa biko anyị emechina onye na request Mike official Ikenga Uruago join us on Tuesday ọ bụrụ ya join why on time on Tuesday, 9 a.m., you will have time to speak. We've been here for almost 5 hours. In the next 9 minutes, I got the 5 hours we've been here. So we have actually spent longer than we expected to be here. So Biko will close. So Biko on Tuesday, 9 a.m. The bike, MSC.